Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bore da. Croeso I cyfarfod plant a pobl ifanc yn Trefanwy yn Cyngor y Sir yma. Welcome to the meeting today for children and young people. I'm Tudor Thomas. I'm chairing the meeting, chair of CYP. Obviously, welcome you to the meeting. A little word of warning, it is going to be quite a lengthy meeting. There's quite a few heavy agenda items, and I propose to take a break at one point so that people can recharge their batteries slightly. To start with, we'll just go around and introduce ourselves in terms of the live streaming, and then I'll explain one or two things on switches on the agenda. But start on my left.
Thank you, Chair. County Councillor Laura Jones-Wysham, Deputy Chair of this committee.
Hazel Eilert, the Council Scrutiny Manager.
Robert McGowan, Scrutiny and Policy Officer.
Good morning, Julie Boothroyd, Chief Officer, Social Care, Safeguarding and Health.
Morning, Jane Rogers, Head of Children's Services.
Morning, Sian Schofield, Data Analyst.
Hi, Richard Jones, Performance Manager.
Councillor Maureen Powell, Councillor for Castle Ward and Abergavenny and a member of this committee.
Councillor Jo Watkins, Councillor for Caldecott Castle Ward and a member of this committee.
Pete Strong, National Education Union, co-opted member of the committee.
Councillor Louise Brown, member of the committee and representing Sean Newton Ward. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm Lane, member of this committee and councillor for the Mardy Ward.
Tyrone Stokes, Finance Manager for Social Care and Health.
Nikki Wellington, Support Services Manager, Children and Young People.
Hey, thank you. Could you turn your mic off, Malcolm, please? Thank you. Okay. We've made one or two changes to the agenda. So if you want to jot this down, or I will remind people as we go. We're going to go, obviously, agenda item 1, 2, 3. Then we're going to look at 5, Children's Social Services Performance Reporting. And then we're going to look at month 7 monitoring, which is currently 9. And then look at the budget, which is currently 4. We'll then take a break, because I think by that time we'll need a quick break. And then we'll go back then as per the agenda items 6, 7, 8, 10, 10, 1, 11, 12 and 13. But I will remind people, you know, as we go. So we go to 1 now. That's fairly straightforward, isn't it? Apologies for absence. I've had an apology from Councillor Martin Grocott. He has a medical appointment at the moment, but he's hoping to join us later on. I've had an apology from David Jones. Any declarations of interest, please? Councillor Powell.
Yes, I have to declare that I am on the Finance Committee at the Governors at King Henry, personal, non-prejudicial, and I've signed a form.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move then to item agenda 5, which is the Children's Social Services Performance Reporting. I'll hand over to the team now on the front here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a Q2 performance report for Children's Social Services and is based largely on the statutory performance framework. The report includes most recent benchmarking data available, which is from 2018-19, which was published at a Wales level and with quartile detail. And as with the Director's report, additional local context has been included where relevant. This year, Welsh Government have removed the requirement to complete qualitative returns, which were based on questionnaire responses. Welsh Government are also consulting on changes to the performance framework, which will take place from next year. And alongside these changes, we'll continue to develop locally how we assess our performance alongside the Director's report. Now, I'll hand over to Jane, who will talk through the service perspective.
Thanks, Sean. And it's always so helpful for us as a service to get such a detailed report on performance. So thank you for that. The data does show a continued picture of increasing pressure on the service around numbers. It's both numbers that are kind of just coming in through the front door of the service, and that those that go on to receive more ongoing interventions from us, so particularly the children on the Child Protection Register and numbers of looked after children, both continue to have an upward trend, which is, does create that kind of pressure on the service. We managed to kind of keep our heads above water, nevertheless, in terms of meeting some of our statutory requirements. We're particularly focused, and have been over the last couple of years, as you will be aware, on trying to get our early help offer and our family support offer really robust and responsive, and I consider that the service is doing well around that. Particularly our Edge of Care over the last year has really come into its own. So the service, that particular bit of the service, is working with 50 plus children, all of whom are remaining at home, but with intensive levels of support going in. Some of the children in our Edge of Care service are actually technically in care, so they're on care orders, but they're living at home, but that level of support is going in to really try and support that arrangement. The services are in, they're fully recruited to, so that the implementation phase is over. So really this next year is really that ongoing embedding of the service. And hopefully over time we will see that slow down our rate of entrance, but it is entrance into care, but it is an ongoing endeavour. We're looking at, Welsh Government have been recently round all local authorities to kind of discuss with them numbers of looked after children. In response to that, we've put together some plans, both around family support, which I've just described, but also about children who may be able to leave care safely. And so one of our service developments over the last 6 months, and will now continue over the next 18, is to create a Families Together mini-team, we've called it, to see where we can make inroads into our looked after figures through helping children leave care. So that might be, as I've just described, with children who are on care orders but placed at home, to go back into court where we're able to do so to try and get that care order revoked. Similarly, where children are on care orders but are placed with kinship, to go back to court to see if we can transfer those over to special guardianships, which means that they're back in the kind of full care of their family. We no longer share parental responsibility. However, that work is slow and hard. It means going back to do a further application to court and run another whole court process. So whilst we're making inroads into that, it's much slower than our rate of entrance coming in. So our figures do remain that kind of stubbornly high. And of course, every child who's on the Child Protection Register or who is looked after has been through a rigorous process of thresholds and decisions on a multi-agency basis. These children aren't brought deeper into our services lightly. On the other side of it, we're continuing to focus on our increasing our in-house provision of foster carers. Again, it's slow and hard work, but we're making steady increase of our in-house provision. Of course, not with the numbers that we need to meet our ongoing demands, but it's a piece of work that we continue to be very committed to and are really at the forefront of some of the national work that's going on within Wales. And of course, at the same time, we're in an ongoing strategy to recruit and retain our social work and support work staff. Again, that's an ongoing labour, but one that we're, again, totally committed to. We have particular problems around recruiting social workers to some of our child protection, to our child protection team for obvious reasons, really, in terms of the pressure that are on social workers in that particular team. That's our remaining kind of area of needing a critical attention. Our other areas, we're really holding our own in terms of managing to keep a stable and permanent workforce. So I think that pretty much sets out the picture of what's happening in the service, and happy to take any comments, questions.
Okay, Councillor Louise Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask about the table on child protection, which is after the end of the report, and there's a chart there as well, and it's on page 56, I think. And then it says the number of children on the Child Protection Register has increased substantially from 73 to 116 at the end of 1890. This is contrary to the overall Welsh trend, which showed a 5% decrease during the same period. And then it later explains this in terms of being more conscious of safeguarding issues. But it still shows, obviously, that, I mean, it's important, obviously, if children need to be on the Child Protection Register, that they are on it. But because of the charts now showing us above the national trend, I just wondered how much we're monitoring. You know, is there, I mean, obviously, maybe you can't be too cautious, but it's just whether or not our assessments are at a sort of a similar national level to everywhere else. And I think, you know, it looks like we were possibly too low in the charts on the previous years in terms of the number of the child protection rate per 10,000 children, and just wondered if you know, there was a review of that. You know, obviously you've got to make sure that people are on it if they need to be on it, but you know, I think you know, that's the question in terms of the change in figures, and whether you could comment on that. But obviously, you know, child protection is I'm aware that is obviously very important, and you know, to make sure that people are being monitored. You did actually mention about the child, just as a second question on that. You know, you did mention about the problem of recruiting social workers for the child protection team, and I was just wondering whether or not if social, I mean, I appreciate there's some nature of specialism here, but if that is a difficulty, would it be better to look at a more generalist role, you know, in terms of the fact that they didn't have to have all of their cases to do with child protection? They could, you know, spread it out, so possibly there would be less stress than there would be normally. You know, I appreciate everybody's specialising all the time, but I just wondered whether that would assist in, you know, saying that everybody's got to do a little bit of it, and you know, to spread the sort of the stress levels in terms of dealing with this type of work, which I know from previously speaking to a solicitor who dealt with this sort of work, how stressful it can actually be, and I just wondered whether that had been considered. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brown. Yeah, good question. So the children on the Child Protection Register, they're all subject to quite rigorous assessments, obviously, before they are entered onto the Child Protection Register, and the decision for whether they meet that threshold is a multi-agency decision, which is routinely reviewed, and obviously children come on the register and they come off again. Now, figures for that are actually okay. It's a really difficult question, that kind of the number, what should our number be? And obviously we're working with individual children. So we're confident that when those children do go on the register, the due process has taken place so that they should be on the register. The other aspect to that is the thresholds, and I think in your question there, it's like, are our thresholds the same as other local authorities across Wales? And it's really difficult to answer that. You know, we have to feel confident in our own practice within Monmouthshire that the right children are on. That I'm struggling to answer it in a way that's like really gets to the heart of this. I know what we're doing into the future, which is really trying to be part of some of the work that the Welsh Government has been challenging us on, really, is this kind of comparison of thresholds. Certainly within Gwent, we've got an idea to really get into each other's practice, to start to see, you know, if this was in Blaenau Gwent or if this was in Newport, how would we be handling it? And the same, you know, the same reciprocal question back. I mean, our core responsibility within children's services is to keep children safe and to keep them from suffering the impact of harmful neglect and abuse. You know, how we do that in terms of how people interact with that system is a deep question, and one that hasn't got an easy answer. We've got, you know, ways of approaching our practice which we're trying to challenge and push all the time. You know, we're genuinely working with families in a way that bring out their strengths and help them manage the risks, rather than it being that kind of more processy, you know, legalistic kind of, you know, this, and you go on the register and then you might go into court. How much are we able to really turn that practice round? But that is, you know, I couldn't say now, right, so if we do this piece of practice, then our numbers will change. It's complicated, like you've alluded to in the question, really. In a nutshell, I suppose, I'm confident that our processes are as they should be. Our practice can always develop and change. Whether that would have an impact on, eventually, on numbers on the register, that would be difficult to say. So does that get to what you're asking?
I suppose the difficulty is that you're dealing with individual cases, and obviously you've got the multi-agency bases, but I wondered whether or not the multi-agency was sort of Gwent-wide, so that, you know, in a sense, the sort of thresholds that are being applied are the same across the, you know, the different counties in Gwent. And I suppose from a, you know, if there's some sort of external involvement, I suppose that makes sure that we're getting it at the right level. I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of, you know, obviously child protection is important, but obviously the parents' reaction to it as well, you know, is another issue. And then the second question was about, you know, whether there was a consideration of a generalist social worker role to help, you know, spread this issue of having difficulty getting people to cover that, you know, because, you know, I can remember working as a solicitor. I worked in a generalist role, and then everybody was specialising, you know, and it was going in that direction. But, you know, having that might make it easier to recruit if you just say, well, you've got a certain percentage of your caseload has got to be. Do you see what I mean?
Can I just come in there? I think Louise's question, you know, is a good one, but and it interests me. But when you look at the figures, you know, why is it that in this authority the numbers going on the child protection register is going up, and elsewhere it's you know, it's gone down, you know, and I think that's, you know, that's the sort of key thing, isn't it? And I know it's a difficult question to answer, and I know her supplementary question about recruiting people who perhaps aren't the specialists, but you know, I'm interested. Why is there that sort of gap, really? You know, elsewhere it's going down a bit by 5%, I think, and yet it's increased in what seems to be a fairly rural, you know, semi-affluent authority. You know, that's the bit that I think Councillor Louise Brown's getting at.
I think it starts to become it's like there's this going up is bad, going down is good, whereas that's not always necessarily the correct way of looking at it. It's we need to ensure that the children who are on there should be on there and are on there for the right length of time and get the right intervention when they're on. So it's, But nevertheless, it raises challenging questions for us to say, are we getting the assessments right? Have we got the right interventions going in there to try and prevent and de-escalate? And are our thresholds right? So I think all those are in that answer to why are we going up. And some others, not all, might be going down. I think raising the point around the multi-agency environment, whether that's on a Gwent footprint, is really helpful. And the answer to that is yes. Virtually all the partners that are involved in Monmouthshire in terms of police and health are on a Gwent footprint. And similarly, court is on a Gwent footprint and actually a wider than Gwent footprint. When we do have to eventually take cases to court, we never get the criticism, oh, you're a bit overdoing it there. You know, you shouldn't be bringing this one in. You should be managing this down here. In fact, on the contrary, sometimes it's like, why didn't you bring it sooner? So it's...
I mean, I'm just asking this question, you know, from a sort of a statistical point of view. I appreciate that, you know, the main priority is to make sure children are safe, and, you know, and problem with tables is each individual child counts and they need to be looked after properly, you know. But anyway, it was just really, I suppose, just an observation, really, more than anything.
We have, and we frequently do, revisit the kind of question of how should we structure and manage the workflow within children's services. A kind of underpinning point to that is that actually all social workers within the service do child protection and they do court. It's just that the more of the intensity is in that middle team. We've thought long and hard about how we structure it, and we do kind of try and understand what makes some teams easier to retain and recruit staff to and others not, and really try and respond to that so that, you know, within terms of understanding caseloads and understanding particular bits of pressure. But I think it's the picture across the whole of Wales. Any team that has that holds the majority of court and child protection are hard to recruit to. So yes, we do revisit that question. We do come back to the point where the way that children's services work, the way that at some points there has to be handoffs. It's at the moment where we think we should be in terms of managing that middle team, that child protection court team. But it is a question that we do continually review and ask ourselves. At the moment, we think we are in the right structure. That's not to say that things, you know, can change as we continue to develop and grow. I think it's about how we manage the social work and the work within that team that will help us, and how we make sure that we've got that kind of the right support, the right developmental culture for social workers within that team. Work in progress.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other?
Thank you. So I'm looking specifically at the looked after children numbers and the fact that there's been a significant increase at the end of September, up to a 24% increase against the Welsh picture of a 7% increase. Taking into account everything you've just said, absolutely every child who needs to be taken into care needs to be taken into care. So really looking at it from the how can we improve our offer question, I'm really pleased that the Edge of Care work has been progressing and continuing, and noticing that the census of children receiving care says that a third of the children supported have parents experiencing mental ill health, and a quarter of the parents have had substance misuse. Is that the work some of our Edge of Care work is doing? Is it actually working with the parents to improve their ability to access mental health services, to get help dealing with substance misuse? Is that some of the work that we're actually doing in that Edge of Care team? Can you elaborate a little bit upon that? Because obviously the healthier the family environment is what we're actually aiming for in this.
Yes, at our pre-intervention level, our Building Stronger Families work particularly focuses on that kind of whole family approach, brokering in other services, coordinating other services to really try and work at all the different needs that a family or vulnerabilities that a family might present with. And that follows through right into our Edge of Care work as well. So there's kind of almost two strands to it. There's one around really understanding how that family is working, where the vulnerabilities are, making sure that those adult needs are being addressed, and at the same time working with the family around their motivation to change, their capacity change, what they need to support them with change, and really staying with that family in quite an intensive way, both to make sure that the parents' needs are addressed, are linked into other services, are coordinated, and working with them as parents as well in terms of what might need to change, how they may need to develop as parents to make sure that their children are safe and happy living with them.
Councillor Maureen Power.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm quite concerned about the care leavers because it looks better the fact that more of the care leavers are engaged in education, training, employment now, or in the last 12 months than 24 months before. But we've still got a lot of them that aren't in those categories. And I wonder how much is being done to encourage them to make something of their lives after they've reached that age when they're coming up to adulthood, really. And the other thing that bothers me a bit is it says further on, where 1.7 experience homelessness at some time during the year. Is that those who have got some sort of educational work, or is it those that haven't got any at all and are just drifting? What are we doing to sort of cope with the ones that haven't are sort of drifting? You know, they're not just, it's not like I always say, parents are parents for life, not just till they leave school. But
I think this is where percentages work against us here, because when we're talking about when you see that drop, it's like it's one person. So all of our care leavers have really individual packages of care and are addressed on an individual basis. Our two personal assistants that work specifically with care, our three, I should say, personal assistants that work specifically with care leavers. I wouldn't say pursue is the wrong word, but they have really close, ongoing relationships with all of our care leavers. So those, I know we have particular issues, say if we've got an unaccompanied asylum-seeking young person. Sometimes they have problems with then going on to be employed or going on for accommodation issues because of their particular situations. Or there may be one person who, for whatever reason, mental health or the link back with their family, they don't engage with us. But we do, even the children young people who don't engage with us, we have those kind of monthly check-ins. Look, are you ready to receive a service? What's going on? So although the figures, you know, just one person experiencing homeless at one point in time can really affect our percentage figures. And it's difficult to then talk too much in detail about individuals because they'd be very identifiable from what I'm saying, because we're talking about ones and twos of young people, not groups of.
This is what an old thing of mine is. I complain about percentages. I have in the past, haven't I, Judah? That if we see numbers rather than percentages, it gives us a better picture. As you say, it may only be one. And thank you very much.
Louise Brown.
I just wanted to ask a question about the end of this report where it says head of service comments and mentions aiming to enhance our in-house fostering provision remains a high priority, and then it mentions about the introduction of our therapeutic fostering service, MIST, working intensely with a small cohort of our most vulnerable and complex young people, similarly speaks to this agenda. So I just wondered what was happening with regard to the fostering side, because obviously one of the problems is that private fostering agencies, there's a differential in the pay that foster carers actually get, and how do you combat that issue? And the other thing is if there's a shortage of in-house fostering provision, how is this going to impact on MIST? You know, because obviously that is a more demanding role as well. And have you got in-house fostering provision for that? And, you know, in terms of, Miss, what's happening on that in terms of, because I understood the idea was basically, you know, children are in residential accommodation and the idea is to go for fostering. But is there any, how does this relate to the availability of residential accommodation if needed? So it's just asking really a question about in-house fostering and how this relates to MIST and how MIST is going, basically.
Yes, the recruitment and retention of in-house foster carers is an ongoing priority for us, as we've already mentioned. The issue of, you know, how do we stack up against IFAs is an interesting one. The pay gap is there, there's no getting away from it. But when foster carers are really kind of asked about what keeps them or what attracts them to a particular agency, the fee is only one part of it. And it's the bigger offer that is usually the kind of the real pull for people. Yeah, the bigger support offer. And we've got a really great offer in Monmouthshire because of our base service, so our psychology and therapeutic support for fostering, not just MIST. Our, you know, the ongoing relationships that they have with social workers, a particular approach to how we support looked after children in Monmouthshire is attractive to foster carers. And we're seeing both a steady but slow increase of in-house foster carers. But we've also had a couple of situations where when we've been working with an IFA carer, they have our children, they've actually kind of come in to our, to become Monmouthshire carers as well. So it's a, you know, we're really, it is slow because there's not lots and lots of potential foster carers out there, but there are potential foster carers out there and we're making steady progress around that all the time. The interaction with MIST, yes, there's one element of MIST that depends on having the right carers. We'll be running a specific, when we go out and recruit carers, we look at all the potential aspects of caring they can do, right from kind of respite through to intensive therapeutic type fostering. So it's certainly within our recruitment strategy that we're trying to get carers that can work at that level of complexity. But in the meantime, MIST at the moment for us, we're fully, our spaces within MIST are fully taken up. MIST are working with individual children. Some of, one child is with their parents, so the intensive support is going within the parent home to keep a child out of residential. And similarly, there's a couple of children within residentials that we're looking to bring back into their homes and communities, but it'll be with placement back with parents. So although MIST carers who can work well with MIST at that level of complexity would be ideal, and we are recruiting as we go for them. In the meantime, MIST works for us because they work with wherever that child is. So they'd be working with that intensity with parents, which is actually the best solution that we could have. So it's not, we're not using MIST, we're fully using it.
Councillor.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously this is a performance report, but I'd be very interested in sort of at some stage a further follow-up on MIST and, you know, how many are involved in the programme, how many are in-house fostering people, and what sort of training that we have to offer and things like that. I think it'd be useful that we could know a little bit more about it, and I appreciate that, you know, there's a limited time this morning.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Well, obviously I'd like to thank the team for coming in and for the comprehensive report. Certainly, you know, the issues raised to sort of sum up. Obviously, I think we'll continue to monitor the numbers who are on the at-risk register, because, you know, that is a very important aspect of the work of the team here and of this committee. We've obviously noted as well, you know, the increase in looked after children. Obviously, that has quite a heavy budgetary influence as well, isn't it? And not that we want to sort of press that down, but again, we will continue to, to monitor that. The issue of care leavers, and particularly that some become homeless at some point and some not going into education or training. Again, we will monitor that and perhaps ask for a sort of larger report on care leavers. And certainly I've been in some care leaver engagement evenings now, which have been very, very good in terms of finding out, what those youngsters need. And I've got a huge sympathy for those care leavers, children who go to university or work at 18, coming from a family, have huge support, which is ongoing, probably right into adulthood, whereas for those care leavers, quite a difficult transition. And I know there's a great deal that is done, but I wondered, is there perhaps more we can put in place, particularly as far as housing, because housing is such a big issue. And they don't have parents to help them get onto the rental market or get onto the buying a house. So I think perhaps as a future action, it would be good to have a sort of more of a study, in a sense, of the care leaver package, and to see whether we can improve on what already is a good system. And also then the point that Councillor Louise Brown raised about MIST, perhaps we could have a follow-up and a fuller report on that. I appreciate the team, have a very challenging job. But certainly from my perspective, being on the corporate parenting group, I've been very interested in what happens to care leavers, because that's, so important. And obviously, in some ways, foster children are in a foster home with foster parents, and they've got support there. Whereas for care leavers, then it's starting on a much longer road. And I do have a huge sympathy for them. So I think we need to look at that. But thanks for your time this morning, and thanks for the very detailed report. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on, and we'll go now then. I say we've switched the agenda somewhat. And Laura's reminded me as well here, to be fair. We'll now move to the agenda item number 9, which is the budget monitoring report for month 7. And the officer, Nikki Wellington, and Tyrone are going to come down to take us through this. Thanks.
Hello, I'm here this morning with my colleague Nikki to present the month 7 revenue budget forecast outturn for 1920. If I draw your attention to section 2, being the recommendations, and more notably 2.1, and that you consider the net revenue forecast overspend of £3.99 million. That's overall for the authority as at month 7. I'll then go on to some of the mitigating actions we're trying to take later on in the report. And 2.4 is the, 2.3 is the capital position, which is slightly better than the revenue, and that's an anticipated underspend of 384,000. Section 3.2 shows a report of the overall revenue position. For social care and health, we project an overspend of 3.634 million, and for this CYP portfolio, the area of interest to yourselves is the children's services element of social care, and that's showing a projected overspend of £2.774 million as at month 7. If I then take you to 3.4 is just showing you a comparison of how we've been performing as a council through various years. That should just give you some information on the historic performance of the authority. Bear with me. If I take you to section 3.6, and one of the mitigating actions we're going to take as authority to try and address the £3.99 million overspend and to try and slightly alleviate that within children's services social care is to try and use some of our capital money, capital receipts, to try and fund revenue expenditure. Rather than go into the intricacies of that, there are certain criteria, certain types of expenditure qualify that you can use capital expenditure for. 3.8 tries to bullet point some of the work that's been done to try and look at that eligible expenditure. 3.9 then shows a table of how much money we're going to use for capital to fund revenue expenditure in year. So if I take you down to the social care element, there's 3 items of expenditure we're going to use: 113,000, 50,000, 183,000. For children's social care, is not a lot of capital receipts we can use for revenue expenditure. In the brackets for the joint local authority working, there are some elements of expenditure there that do relate to children's social care, namely the Gwent fostering, harmonisation, and the various boards that we have across other local authorities throughout Gwent. Some of those joint arrangements we can try and offset against capital receipts, but it's only a small amount. Against the £2.774 million of that 113, about 50 to 60,000 pound will go to try and alleviate that. Is only very small for children's services, but nevertheless, it is some sort of mitigating action we're trying to take to try and address the overspend. As part of the budget setting process, to try and balance our budget, we have got various savings targets that get taken off the budget. And if I take you down to section, I'm trying to find it myself, 3.11, that shows the amount of savings that's been taken off the corporate budget. Within social care and health is £1.246 million. For children's social care is 41,000 of that total, and that we deem as unachievable. Basically, we put a projection that we would get additional grant money coming into, sorry, it is quite a lengthy report, sorry about that. The 41,000, we put a projection we would expect an additional grant to come in from Welsh Government. It did come in, but it went to a regional adoption panel that's hosted by Blaenau Gwent. So the host had all the money, it didn't come directly into Monmouthshire County Council. The next element is capital, but within children's social care, we have no capital budget. So I'll hand over to Nikki to take you through schools and CYP, and then we'll take any questions after, if that's okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Tyrone. So just taking you back up to page 124, children and young people are at 871,000 overspent. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, okay. It's page 124, 3.2. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, so children and young people are £871,000 overspent. This is made up of the main overspend is obviously within our standards directorate, standards division, which is primarily children for support for children with additional learning needs. So that's 1.4 million over. Resources is showing a saving of 358,000, and the school individual budgets are showing a saving of 138,000. So if I just go a little bit into those details, really, and those are shown in the Appendix 1 on page 140 if you wanted to look at the detail. So the overspends in additional learning needs are 529.
Nikki, can I just ask you to slow down a little bit? I think people are
Okay.
They're very hefty reports, aren't they?
Yeah,
and,
they are,
you know,
actually.
we're not trained accountants, so you know, but if you could take us sort of slowly through that, I'd
Yeah.
be grateful. Thanks.
Certainly.
It takes a bit of time to scroll.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so sorry, page 140 gives you the detail there. So that's on 2.1, the 871 overspend. So within the appendix, which is shown right at the very bottom of the report, Appendix 1, if I find the detail for you. Just going to write down the bottom. Actually, I think that's a link in the report, the Appendix 1. Sorry, I think that takes you to a different part of it. But if I go through the detail anyway, so School Action Plus, which is our budgets that support children within our local schools. So that's 529,000 overspent. We have seen a continuing pressure throughout the year. You will be aware of that. I've reported it every time I've come to the committee in terms of the overspend there. For children that are placed in our independent provision, we're seeing an overspend of 338,000. Again, I've reported that throughout the year. For children that are placed in schools in other local authorities, so Torfaen, etc., there's an overspend there of 40,000. And the final overspend within additional learning needs is the income that we receive for children that are placed in our local authority and paid for by other local authorities. Some of them will be Mountain House, but some of them are placed in our mainstream schools. So that's a shortfall there of 298,000. The psychology service has seen an overspend of 57,000. This relates to a restructure within the psychology service to support the new ALN bill that is coming in. There are savings elsewhere to offset those overspends, but that's the overspend in the psychology service. The only other overspend that we've got within the resources within the standards division is our before school clubs. That's made up of two elements. One is an overspend in the staffing budget, so that's the amount of staff that we've got to support the service, and the other is in terms of the shortfall in the income expected. The next area is resources. So there are two main underspends in this area. Our maternity compensation scheme, which supports our schools when a member of staff goes off on maternity or paternity leave. There's an underspend there of 175,000. Obviously, that's very difficult to predict at the beginning of the year, and sometimes we see a slight overspend, but in this year we've seen an underspend. The other underspend is school-based redundancies. Again, you will be aware that we have a budget, and we have seen a very much reduced level of redundancies this year, which is good news. So therefore, we've made a saving there of 200,000. The final area I wanted to look at was the individual schools' budgets. So you will be aware that when we set the budgets for 1920, there was a pressure around the pay award and a pressure around school pensions, teachers' pensions. They had increased substantially. That was afforded in the budget rounds for last year. Subsequent to that, we received some grant income from Welsh Government. Now, obviously, if we've passed that pressure on, we're not going to pass it on again to schools. So there's been some savings there of about 113,000 for pension costs and about 51,000 for grants, for pay grants. That was all I wanted to say about Central CYP. Do you want me to move on to schools now, briefly? Yes, okay. So finally, the schools, which are shown in Appendix 3. It hasn't got a page number on, which is not helpful at all. So it's under all the savings targets, the blue parts, and then it goes into a sort of yellowy green. It's right at the very bottom. I'm sorry, there is. Ah, right, okay. Okay.
Yeah, underneath all of that.
Yeah. Okay.
I won't comment on it.
It's a lesson in itself, I did the reports, isn't it?
Just wait for the morning about to scroll.
It's very slow, this computer today, yes, it's terrible. It went right out. I've got to go.
Okay, great.
It went right out on me just now and just said this page isn't available.
Okay, so just there's a useful table showing the individual school balances there by school, by cluster. So just to recap then, we opened the year with a deficit, collective deficit of 232,000. We're predicting at the end of month 7 that that will increase to 883,000. That's 16 schools are forecasting a deficit position. Recovery plans are in hand for those schools. So we're working very closely with those schools and with our Cabinet Member for Resources and Education to agree those recovery plans. So they're well in train. In the majority of places, it's obviously a recovery plan over a 3-year period, which is what is required. And details of the recovery plans are shown in the final column, as you can see on that report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Well, thanks both for that. Obviously, very, very detailed finance reports. Any questions, queries, please? Councillor Joe Watkins.
Okay, so the deficits for the comprehensive schools are looking extremely worrying. There's also, although Abergavenny King Henry seems to have a reduction plan for the recovery plan, is that it will have reduced its deficit. Just looking at this at the moment quickly, Caldecott it seems to be going up. Chepstow, same, and Monmouth, it's gone up as well. So the deficit plans might be in place, but they're not showing any signs of actually reducing. So what mitigations are actually going in at the moment, or am I misunderstanding the table?
Okay, so if I just might be easier just to go through the individual ones. So with King Henry, we're obviously, there is a recovery plan in place, as you can see at the moment. They're not hitting that recovery plan, so we are working with them at the moment to look at that and see what we can do around their recovery plan. In terms of Caldecott, they're predicting, when we did the recovery plan, there is a recovery plan in place that's been agreed with that school. It was saying at the end of this year that recovery plan, the school balance would be 188,000 in deficit. It's actually predicted at the moment to be 185, so that's an improvement, not much, but it's an improvement on as they predicted. With Chepstow, again, we've agreed it, and they're predicting that they will have 165,000. The problem with this report, if I'm honest, it's only showing you year 1 of the recovery plans. It would be useful to show the 3 years. Yeah, that would actually be quite helpful in terms of seeing how because we're just picking off 1 year, which is not helpful. And with Monmouth, again, just to let you know that they have improved. They're predicting to improve by about 59,000 this year, and they will be better than their recovery plan. It's still a significant deficit. You know, it is still a significant deficit. But we are working very closely with them and monitoring them on a monthly basis to ensure that they are making those savings that are necessary and agreed. Do with you?
Yeah. Chair, can I just add a little bit to that? One thing I need to warn you about with Caldecott in particular, Caldecott's going to go up because we've agreed that it will go up. Mark wants to do some development there, which will actually lead to greater savings. It's an investor save program. So if you see Caldecott go up, don't worry about it. It's planned. We know all about it. And of course, in the next year, they've got the option of taking loans to reduce the amount that they've got to save. So it is in hand. Councillor John and I are watching it together with Nikki and her team, and it's definitely on target for coming back. Of course, in the general context of things, there's one school not very far from here in a different authority that's got a bigger deficit than all of ours put together. So, but that doesn't help us.
Any other comments? Councillor Maureen Powell.
Yes, please. I was looking at this. We're in deficit all through, and we've got to get rid of it. But at the same time, we have to look to the future, because if things are costing too much for us to keep up with now, as the future goes on, nothing ever gets cheaper. So exam fees will get dearer, maintenance gets dearer. So we've got to look to the future, as well as just getting rid of the deficit. We've got to think how we're going to cope in the future when all these costs are slightly higher again. Have you got any answers?
I think that's, as Councillor Murphy mentioned earlier around the loan, that you know, the loan will give schools that freedom to have a longer period of time to recover. So rather than making the cuts within the 3-year period to bring them back into a surplus, they'll have a longer period of time which will be agreed with us, and therefore the cuts won't be so deep in the early years, and that hopefully that will give them that freedom then to be able to afford, you know, the day-to-day stuff that they need to do and make some investments where they need to.
It's still not going to make the difference. You're still going to have to pay more for everything as well on top of dealing with that, even if it's on a slow, you know.
I mean, schools have been afforded the full pensions within their base budgets, and they have been afforded the pay award. And I know we're coming on to the budget later, but that is also in the assumptions for next year. The bulk of their expenditure, as you know, is on staffing. So the bulk of their expenditure will be funded through the budgets that will, you know, that we've afforded in the past and in the future.
Councillor Louise Brown.
Yeah, I was just wondering, obviously, if you look at this particular table, you can see, you know, red, green and amber. And I was just wondering whether or not the ones in green are able to provide tips to the others in terms of budgeting, and whether, you know, there are sort of cross-school discussions across the different clusters.
I mean, there is, and my team are out there on a daily basis with the schools, and any best practice that they pick up, they will share with the schools. Each school is unique, and we have to accept that every school is unique. The bulk of our staff across Monmouthshire are very experienced, and as a result of being very experienced, they're at the top of the pay scale. You know, some of the green schools, they have managed to make savings. Somebody might have left, somebody might have gone on maternity, etc., etc. But it's unique to the school, so it's very difficult. It's easy for a school to say, well, I saved 20,000 doing this, but it's very difficult in, you know, to share that across all the schools, because, as I said, they are unique in terms of the way that they run. But certainly where there is best practice, we are sharing that best practice wherever possible.
Councillor Jo Watkins.
It's a general comment about the budgetary pressures on children's services, because obviously we know that the number of looked after children has gone up. That costs more money. We're having to do that. I don't actually see how you can actually make any savings in that, because we can't say we're not going to take children into care. We have to if we need to. And you've also explained how we can't do any of the creative accounting in terms of finding capital to offset against that. So what is your plan?
We'll come on to that in the next report when we look at setting next year's budget 2021. You are right, there's very limited actions we can take. Jane and her team, they've got a looked after children strategy. I will say the managers there are really good. And if you ask them, they would mostly say to you, financing does consume more their time than it did before. We do monthly monitoring with them to try and look at those variances early on and whether we can actually take any mitigation. We've got active commissioning, contracting taking place, try and drive down costs wherever we can. But for next year, we have put forward a significant pressure to try and realign the base to the tune of 2.6 million. but I'll come on to that when we do the next report on the budget set for 2021.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or issues on the month 7 budget report? Okay, just to sum up then, I mean, obviously, thank you both for very detailed reports on the 2 elements there. I think I'm right in noting the concern that all the comprehensives are in quite significant deficit, and I think that is a concern shared by everyone, obviously by this committee. Probably about 50% of the primary schools are also in deficit, and that is of great concern. It's obviously there are differences in schools, and I appreciate that elsewhere. Other comprehensives and other authorities have much bigger deficits, but obviously that is cold comfort to heads in this authority, and it's certainly a concern that there is increased pressure on heads in terms of trying to balance the books, and obviously in terms of managing staff. And I know that the deficit for the amount of money going out for redundancy is down at the moment, but if many of these budgets are to be balanced, then obviously it will imply that heads will obviously have to look at their staffing and to look to probably to redundancy, and obviously parents are concerned about the teaching of their children in school. So, you know, as a committee, we will continue to monitor very carefully as each month comes through, and I think I'm right in saying that we would look for at least some improvement in the budgets of all schools, really. It is a major concern. Okay, we'll move on now then, and we're still on money matters. It's quite detailed at the moment. We'll move on now to the budget proposals. I'll hand over to, are you going to take that, Nikki, or Phil? Phil, do you want to start? Councillor Phil Murphy.
Chair, it depends on whether people want to go through all the background that they've heard so many times. You may want to go straight into questions. I'm easy. I'll take my guide from the committee.
Yeah, I think if you could just, I know you've been out for many meetings. I think most of us have obviously listened to you, but if you could just give us a few of the headlines rather than all the detail, and then we'll go to questions and queries.
Okay, then, Chair, no problem at all. Just give me a second to swap into a different programme. Yeah, so as most people know, we've had to take quite a substantial amount out of the budget in the last couple of years, and that situation continues to be the case. We've got demand-led pressures of some 9.7 million, and add to that the 1.5 million in payroll pressures that have come through as well. So we've got somewhere around 11.25 million to have to find this year. The revenue support, well, AEF that's come from Welsh Government has only been 3%, which includes the teachers' pay increase. That's some 2.8 million, which goes nowhere towards, or very little of the way towards that 11.25 million that we've got to find. We have had additional funding, that's true, and we have, through the WLGA, challenged Welsh Government and asked them to agree to put in a floor in, so that if the floor was set at 4%, we and 4 other authorities would see a slight rise in our income. It would mean very near to £1 million for us, and that would make a considerable difference and enable us to not carry out some of the proposals that we're currently being forced to because of lack of funding. So we've got more costs. less budget because of the additional pressures upon us. We are going to have to look at an increase in council tax again. But if we want to look at the pressures that come into this particular directorate, we've got funding for children's services for looked after children's pressures. That's very nearly 3 million. We've got another 1.5 million in respect of children with additional learning needs, and there's the additional money for the salaries generally. But the areas that are particularly causing us concern in this directorate are the looked after children and the ALN. That really mirrors what Tyrone was saying about the month 7 pressures. They're the same pressures that are carried through, except that we've had to project them forward with even greater pressure because we know that additional pressure is coming on. I don't know whether that's enough for as a run through, Chair. I'm happy to give more information out, but honing it into this particular committee, those are the main points.
Take questions now then. Councillor Louise Brown.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As you know, I'm a person who likes to look at the detail, and I think you can find more of the detail actually in the appendixes, which is basically the mandate forms, because that gives the justification and a better breakdown of the costs. And you mentioned about ALN being a pressure. Well, I noticed, for example, if you go on the draft mandate forms, which is an appendix to this particular report, you'll see on page 16 that there's a figure there in a table which talks about the costs, and it talks about the independent schools, about the cost pressure there, and also about other local authorities that we pay for. And that total in terms of monies of other local authorities and independent schools under ALN comes to about over 3 million. And then we look at the transport costs, which is basically further down, which is on page 19. There's costs there of ALN transport, and it talks about cost pressures there as well. So we're actually talking about 1.3 million there. So I'm just flagging up the fact that we've got 4.3 million in costs, which basically would provide a very good argument for the need for a special school ourselves, so we don't pay out in transport and other costs, which is what the Cabinet report mentioned previously. So I was just pointing out, I understand that the total budget for ALN is about 7.4 million, and I just wanted to flag up those hidden costs on the case for a special school. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Louise Brown. Will McLean, Senior Officer, if you want to come in.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Will McLean, Chief Officer, Children and Young People. I think Councillor Brown rightly identifies a significant pressure for Monmouthshire with regard to the fact that we're a small and a rural county, and actually transporting pupils around the county is a challenge for us. And when we have to transport children who have additional learning needs, that too brings with it significant costs. The arguments around a special school have been well rehearsed in this chamber. We have significant resource-based capacity at both a primary and a secondary level. In our primaries, we have circa 45 to 50 places in Overmonnow and Pembroke. That serves our population of children with physical and medical needs and with profound and multiple learning difficulties. We then have 110 places in both Monmouth and Caldicot to support other children as they move into their secondary phases. The question about the special school is whether you could build a special school that had both the the efficiencies of scope and of scale to make it functionally effective for Monmouthshire? That's the question that needs to be answered. One of the other pieces that we also reflected upon during those Mountain House discussions was the costs of transport, even when we have a special school in one part of our county, because to transport a child from Abergavenny to Chepstow is a significant cost, in the same way it is to transport a child potentially from Caldecott to Penarth. So all of these places, given the nature of the county, do bring challenges with them in terms of the costs. At our last council meeting, we committed to bring back that proposal to the council within the calendar year for what the next step in our provision for those children who have complex neurodevelopmental needs will be, and we can remain committed to do that with our colleagues in the head teacher cadre as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McLean. I think we're going, we're drifting off the,
yeah,
we're obviously looking at the budget now very quickly.
Yeah, I'm very pleased about the commitment, as in the previous Cabinet report, to review this not only for autistic spectrum disorder, which was the neurological point that you were making, but also SEBD. Thank you.
Councillor Martin Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. For anybody watching on live stream, I wasn't here at the beginning, so to introduce myself, I'm Martin Grocott. I'm the elected member for Lansdowne in Abergavenny. Councillor Murphy, you mentioned the desirability of a floor, and I think probably every member of this council would agree with you on that. Firstly, I was wondering if you'd heard anything yet about that. Secondly, I wonder if you could give us an assurance. You say that if there was a floor, then it would bring in an estimated extra £1 million to the authority. By my reckoning, the 2% threatened cut to schools' budgets would be not far short of £1 million. Could you give us an assurance that if the Welsh Government put a floor in and we get that additional money, that the first thing you do would be to withdraw the threat of the 2% cut to schools' budgets?
Thank you, Chair. It's 830,000, which is repeated throughout the process here. If we get that floor, or if we find any additional monies from whatever other source, we've made a commitment at every single public meeting that I've done right the way through that we will revisit the ISB. It depends on what we find in terms of additional funding, and it doesn't matter where it comes from. We'll have to look. We might be able to get rid of 2%. We might be able to only get rid of 1%. I really don't know. The answer to your question, your original question about the minister and whether or not we're going to get that floor. I understand that over the weekend, substantial additional pressure was put on by WLGA to Welsh Government. So I remain hopeful that we will be able to carry out what you want, but I'm afraid the ability to do it is not in my hands.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Any other issues? Councillor Joe Watkins.
Okay, so sticking with the 2% cuts to the school budgets. I was rather surprised to read that the proposed impact on the services would be it's a significant likelihood that governing bodies will apply even more vigorous budget monitoring and seek to make other efficiencies through procurement routes such as grounds maintenance and technology support. How on earth are our primary schools meant to make any more cuts? I've got letters from governing bodies, not of Caldecott schools, so don't go looking at the Caldecott schools and telling them off, saying that this is now going to be a staff member. If they have to cut £15,000 from their budgets, it's going to be in staffing that they have to take it because there are no more cuts available to them in procurement and grounds maintenance. So how are we actually truly expecting our primary schools in particular to take a 2% cut this year?
Will McLean, Senior Officer.
Yeah, I'm not sure about wanting to come in. I think it's a really interesting point. I think what the mandate's alluding to is the fact that, that if there is a difficult decision that has to be made around the level of funding, then that decision is actually made by the governing body, and that is as an important aspect. We know from the work we do with our schools how closely they monitor their budgets, and how carefully they look at some of those supporting services. And it's really important they continue to do that to make sure that they're certain that they're getting value for money there. Certainly Nikki and colleagues across the region and across Wales undertake benchmarking reviews and so on, so we know what our costs are comparatively to other schools and to other regions in terms of some of those things. So it might be actually that elicits some information that might be helpful to schools in terms of how they target where they're spending money. I think one of the other really important things to underline is a point that Nikki made earlier on. In many, many of our schools, the staffing body is probably as expensive as it can possibly be. We're very fortunate to have a significant number of very experienced teachers who have progressed through into the upper pay spine. But they do cost a lot of money. So sometimes you'll see in other local authorities there's a far greater level of churn amongst the teaching staff, which allows them to keep their costs lower. So there are different pressures working through. But the core message that you set out is one that we've heard very clearly from head teachers a couple of Fridays ago, on the 17th, I think it was. We met with head teachers to discuss the budget. And again, at some of the public consultation events, we've heard that very clearly, that they are concerned that it will result in staffing reductions. We will continue to do everything we can to support the schools to find other ways around that rather than losing members of staff.
Can I just add to that, Chair?
Yes.
On a more general point, I know I'm constantly being told that we mustn't do things. This authority is as lean as it can possibly be. With all of the major savings have gone. If we can, we're not down to 500,000 or 50,000. We're down to 5,000 or even less. So if we don't spread the burden across the whole of the authority, then it will be disproportionate on yet another one of the areas that have taken all of the hits so far. So everybody has to bear their share. And as I said before, we will, if possible, take it out, but it requires additional funding. And it's all very well to say this isn't fair, but what isn't fair is the level of support we get from Welsh Government. And I repeat what I say every single year. If you don't want us to do it and we can't get additional funding, well then please tell me what of the services you would be prepared to give up so that we can carry that out. We need additional funding. We cannot cut anymore.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. And any other comments or queries regarding Councillor Joe Watkins?
Could you explain further the loan proposals, the idea of being able to offer loans to the schools to help progress their deficits, or what can they use it for?
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. So what we have recognised very clearly, and you're right in your analysis of the deficit positions, is that under the current fair funding arrangement, schools have a 3-year period of time to repay any agreed deficit that they have. That can be very challenging because through circumstances sometimes outside of the school's control, and obviously sometimes within the school's control, they can take decisions that have a significant impact on their budget. And 3 years isn't very long to turn that around, especially in a period of constrained financial or constrained funding. And there are other challenges for schools. So some schools have falling pupil numbers and so on. And that means that they simply don't have the level of funding coming through. So the ability to not only control your in-year spend, but make significant impacts in-year and then repay in just a 3-year period of time was very challenging. Councillor Murphy and Councillor John, during their meetings with schools, have extended that quite often to a 4-year period of time. And that's been agreed. And where we've done that, we've worked very closely to make sure the schools hold to that. But what we've looked to do is to afford schools the potential of borrowing from the local authority at as good to interest-free as we can, up to 10% of their funding. And then we will give them a window of 10 years to repay that borrowing. And what that will hopefully do is allow them to smooth the repayment. So if you take into account a school which potentially has a £250,000 budget deficit, then if they had to do that in 3 years, they'd be looking to find year on year £80,000. Whereas with the model that we're proposing, we're saying you need to find £25,000 a year for the 10 years. So hopefully that smoothing allows them to make decisions in a more informed way, to look ahead, to think about pupil numbers and so on, and actually smooth that recovery out over a period of time. I think when we've been presented this to head teachers, some schools are positive about it, and they see a benefit in doing that early, using it to smooth that repayment. But actually all the schools we've spoken to who are interested in using it have said they don't want it to last 10 years. They want to pay back earlier than that, but they do appreciate the ability just to smooth out in the first couple of years. But not all schools are keen to use it. It is to recover from a position. What it isn't to do is to borrow to spend on other things. There is a lot of capital funding coming through into the system at the moment. Welsh Government last week announced 1.1 million for Monmouthshire for capital funding. We'll expect to see the same again relatively early in the next financial year. So it's not for that type of spending. It's really to help schools get back on a very even footing and actually smooth out their recovery.
Councillor Grocott.
I take the rationale for paying back over 10 years, but it seems to me that there's a core assumption there that inflation will remain as it is now. And yet I take the point that the repayment might be interest-free now. I would like a guarantee that if this scheme is introduced, it can never, ever become interest-bearing, because we cannot get much lower in terms of inflation. We can only really go one way in the future, and I see some economic forecasts, particularly after the 31st of this month, suggest that inflation will begin to rise, and a whole raft of costs that schools and education generally will incur will start to rise rapidly. I'm always very, very wary of buy now and pay tomorrow schemes. It seems to me that if you're a big comprehensive school with and you've got a budget deficit now and the potential of a further 2% cut, which might add another 70-odd thousand to your deficit, to be told, well, we'll give you a loan, I think they'd much rather hear that they're not going to have that 70-odd thousand taken off them to force them into needing a loan in the first place. I'm very anxious about schemes that involve repayment on the never-never, and I certainly, if that scheme is introduced, I would want a cast-iron guarantee that there will never, ever be a suggestion of any interest on those loans, whatever the financial state this council gets into.
Chair, we don't have that money, we have to borrow it. So there is an interest charge to this authority from the Public Works Loan Board or wherever we get it from. We borrow on the all right, it's a specialist market, we still borrow, we still have to pay interest. The proposal at the moment is that we will try and absorb that as an authority so that we can keep it off schools. If we clear these deficits relatively early, assuming people want to take it up, well then hopefully we'll be able to take advantage of the lower long-term rates compared to what may be, who knows, later on. But as I say, this is not us using our own money. We haven't got any. We've got to borrow it to be able to do it. So, but as I say, at the moment, the idea is, well, the intention is that we take that hit ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor
Could I just clarify then? If a school takes out a considerable loan now, and the intention is it pays it back over 10 years, that with increasing costs and increasing inflation in 10 years' time, they might actually be paying back considerably more than they've borrowed.
Well, we'll take a loan over a period. That rate will be fixed, so I wouldn't have thought that would make a difference.
Any other comments? Councillor Maureen Powell.
One of the answers is having more pupils, not losing your pupils. But if you increase your pupils by a certain number, then you're going to have an extra class, and then that's extra teachers or staff to employ. So it's a bit, you know, that's although it sounds good in to start, may not make you as much more as you would like to think. Is that?
Councillor Louise Brown.
Yeah, I just wondered what the the public service loan rate was over a 25-year loan. Is it like 2% or something like that?
Oh, well, sir.
So if I just pick up on that one first, and then I'll pick up on Councillor Powell's point. The PWLB, the way we manage our borrowing will be a mixture of internal and external sources. So it's not always we work out a rate of return on the borrowing as opposed to a specific loan for a specific instrument. So I can find out for you what the current rate of borrowing off the PWLB is, but it would actually be, far more likely that we'd use our own internal resources to lend the money as opposed to going out to the market to do so, as far as I would be aware at the moment.
It is true to say, Chair, that we don't specifically borrow for any particular project at all. But where we do borrow, it's because it's the right thing to do at that time. Will is right. We will use internal monies where we can, but inevitably there will be some external borrowing. But it will depend on the size of the demand from schools as to how we do it. But we do tend to take the best rates for the best periods, just simply because it's more economic to do it that way.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, just to pick up on Councillor Powell's point around class sizes. I think there's two parts to it, really. I think the one is with regards to the number of children that we educate as a whole. And so sometimes we will see if there was to be kind of demographic growth, but we weren't to increase our funding element, then obviously you'd see a funding per pupil reduction. That would be the impact of that. Equally, if we were to see a funding remain at a constant level, but the number of children we were educating decline, then we'd see a funding rate per head increase. So that's the one part there. I think the point you're referring to, Councillor Powell, is we do have some schools whereby they don't have a perfect 30 intake. And that becomes difficult for head teachers to manage, and how they structure their classes becomes a challenge then in terms of finding a number which is appropriate for the teaching and learning that you want to see take place in that school, but can be challenging in terms of the costs of actually structuring your classes in the most appropriate way. So I think that's the point that you're referring to, as opposed to the number of children. Thank you, Mr. McLean.
Can I ask, because obviously we've spent quite a bit of time on as it were, the school's budget, predicted overspend in terms of children's services, which is more, in a sense, difficult to control. It's out of our hands. What are the plans there, please?
We have got mandated pressures and savings for the children's element of social care. As Councillor Murphy's already mentioned, we've got pressures for children's social care totaling £2.887 million. There's £2.6 million specifically targeted towards dealing with the current in-year pressures that are going to flip into next year. and £287,000 is targeted against boosting our MIST team. That's where we target in specific cases where we work with multi-agency approach to target those. At the moment, there's a joint funded team, but we are looking to increase that. We're seeing that as an area we can target. We've seen some early results, just looking at Jane on that, and we think we can expand our work further, but it does need a certain amount of investment to grow that team. That's been offset by savings totaling £350,000. We think by expanding the current MIST team and the structure and the targeted approach we've planned can generate savings of £250,000. And working with our new head of law and the new legal team structure he's put in place, we're hoping that we can limit or reduce the amount of external work that we put out to external solicitors. We can save on their profit margin and their fees. We think that can generate savings of £100,000. So net additional budget that we've put in for children's social care is 2.537 million. However, not wanting to be doom and gloom, I know as accountants always look on the black side of things, not generally the brighter things in life. Looked after children numbers in November 2018, when we look into set 19-20 budget, stood at 148. At the end of last financial year, that increased to 173. This year, when we did the month 7, looked after children numbers were 197. Currently, I think they stand at 207. When you look at the average unit cost of a looked after child, is 40,000 a year. So you can see you just need that increase. You can work out the maths for yourself. 10 a year, 400,000. 20 a year, 25. You're already up to £1 million adrift from our projections. We are working on various strategies. The MIST team, the looked after children strategy, some of the things I mentioned in the month 7 report that I delivered to you is where we're trying to use as much mitigation as we can, but we can't hide away from the pressure that we have put forward.
Hey. Well, thank you for that. For that update in terms of future plans. Any other questions or issues on the budget? Councillor Louise-Brown.
Yeah, I've just done a Google search and it suggests that the public loan rate is about 2.5, 2.6%. Is that about right? Thank you.
Okay, we'll note that. In terms of summing up, I mean, obviously I'm grateful to Councillor Murphy for coming in and giving us the headlines from the budget. We've obviously discussed the issue of this funding flow, which would obviously benefit MCC and would obviously particularly benefit this committee in terms of funding to schools and for children's services. And we obviously will monitor that and ask or request that we be kept informed of what happens in terms of this funding flow, because it is such an important aspect of future budgets. Note as well, obviously, concern, I think, across all members in terms of the 2% cut to schools. Every member is obviously aware of that, and obviously the concern that parents, teachers have expressed about it. Note as well the concern about the loan system, and there's been discussion there, and Councillor Martin Croker brought up very valid points about the repayment structure. And I think everybody, again, will have some concern about the loan structure, in that it is possibly helping today, but saving up problems, you know, for the future. So again, we will monitor that carefully. It obviously gives some flexibility to schools who are currently in deficit to smooth that out over a longer period of time. But obviously there is a cost implication, plus the fact that they will be losing 2% of their budget. Also, obviously as well, discuss the issue of interest rates. we note as well the possible savings in terms of children's services with things like investment in MIST and cutting legal costs, but also noting that there is an upward trend, and probably that trend is reflected across the country. Certainly, reading in the Guardian the other day, in England, it is increasing number of children in care as it is in Wales, but we will obviously monitor that carefully. It's turning out to be, as we predicted, quite a long morning, possibly afternoon now, but I propose now that we take a really fairly quick sort of coffee break, comfort break for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and resume the agenda. So if we can keep to that, because we still have a number of items to go through. We'll stop now for 5 minutes. It's 22 if we aim to be back just after 1:45. Thanks. Might have grown up fan, wouldn't it? Try your coffee out. Sorry. Okay.
Always relax over time. It's a few actors.
Well, we'll resume. Only 1 minute late. I think that's quite good, actually. We'll restart the meeting now after a brief break. And thanks for your forbearance today in quite a long, arduous meeting. We'll now go back to the agenda, and we'll go to item 6, which is now the progress update on Key Stage 4, which will be given by Mr Will McLean, who's the Senior Officer, CYP.
Many thanks, Chair. I really just wanted to say a couple of words before passing on to colleagues from the Education Achievement Service. This is obviously a key report for this committee and for this council, as it reflects the performance of our learners at the end of their statutory education at Key Stage 4, as we refer to it, at the age of 16. And these are the results that were published last August. That sounds like an awfully long time before it gets to this committee, but there's a huge amount of data sorting and tidying and cleansing that has to take place before we're able to present this in a way with validated data for you. Obviously, it is hugely important to us how our pupils perform at the end of their statutory education. And you'll know from conversations that we've had in this committee, but also in full council, when I present Chief Officer's reports and so on, that this has been an area where we've been focusing our attention for a number of years. This year, it's a very different type of report to the ones you will have seen previously, and that's because of the changes that are taking place nationally with regards to the accountability framework and how we report how our children do, and how we report how individual schools and local authorities do. So on that note, I'll pass over to Ed, who will lead the presentation of this report, and I'll come back in towards the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Will. Bord Arpawb. This report builds on work that we've done in September and workshops previously in the previous year where I reported on foundation phase and to key stage 3 results, but also prepared you for the significant changes to the accountability systems in Wales. The first few pages of this reference back to those workshops, therefore I'm not going to go through them paragraph by paragraph, but I'll pull out certain key points before we reach the data for the 4 secondary schools in Monmouthshire. It's a time of new evaluation and improvement arrangements, and it's very timely today that they are in relation to the new curriculum being published today, and it is preparation for that. The context of that is very much on those 4 bullet points on that page about ensuring that accountability arrangements are ultimately fair. And in the past, we've talked about fair systems for comparing the performance of schools. No such thing as a perfectly fair system, but ensuring that systems are as fair as they can possibly be in the way that we evaluate the performance of schools. Also, the 3 further bullet points there, coherent, proportionate and transparent, that is going to evolve with these systems over coming years. And I've said this to previous scrutiny committees that on these arrangements, we are very much learning with you in terms of the feedback we want, learning the information that you need to ensure that you are holding the local authority, ourselves and schools accountable. And this will evolve. If we go further down the page, this year is very much about a suite of interim measures which were finalised in February 2019, word of them the previous year, and those 5 measures are very much points-based. So rather than the old threshold measures that we had, which were based on the level 2 and the learners moving from Ds to Cs and Es to Cs, which was the real focus for schools and how they were held accountable, it is about, on a points-based system, valuing the performance of all of our learners. So moving for a learner from a G to an E matters just as much, if not more, in terms of ensuring our learners get Gs, which I'm sure we would all value. It also, and I think this is critical for Monmouthshire as well, moving learners to A stars and As counts as well in the performance of our more able. The measures are designed to broaden learner choice in terms of the CAP 9 measure, which I'll come on to later, gives more options for schools to consider than previously. The new arrangements, there is a guidance booklet which I referred to back in previous workshops, but this has very much now been superseded with the data sets that we've actually seen out in schools, and I know many of you as governors will see those data sets, see the new analyses in them for the comparison of schools. There is also further independent work going on to evaluate the effectiveness of these systems by Welsh Government. Under the front page of that booklet, I think there's one critical point from Welsh Government. It's understood that interim measures will not significantly change system-wide behaviours, but it's critical that schools should not be placed under disproportionate scrutiny on the basis of 1 or 2 measures. And I know we've talked about in the past, it's when a range of indicators are pointing to issues that there is usually an issue of concern that we can unpick in much more detail with challenge advisors, with officers in the local authority at a school level. There will continue to be a core of English, Welsh language, mathematics, science subjects, and for our more able learners, those sciences will still be there, and they won't just be doing the one that counts, but they'll be doing the full range of physics, chemistry, biology, etc. Moving on to the basic principles, the cohort measured, I'll just cover briefly. There are still the options for those who have not been in the system for long, 2 years or less, to be discounted from the measures so that it is fairer for schools. Qualifications that be concluded, it is those that are approved for use in Wales that are included in the measures by Quals Wales, Qualifications Wales. The 5 measures, they're there in diagrammatic form, but there's the 5, the CAP 9, which I'll refer to a little bit more, literacy measure, numeracy measure, science measure, and the Welsh Baccalaureate skills measure. That is not to say that schools will not use a lot of data underneath that for history, geography, as they evolve into humanities as well, and all the other subjects, but those are the headline measures. There's a diagram, which I covered at workshop, of the CAP 9 measure. The key message there is that there are now 3 prescribed slots, as opposed to the 5 in previous versions of the CAP measure. It means that rather than having 5/9 of our curriculum in secondary schools prescribed and restricted, you have now got 1/3 of it prescribed and restricted, which is a positive move in terms of, but still retaining the literacy, numeracy, science In the use of data, as I've referred to, we've got the new versions of the All Wales Core data sets, 2 versions of those, and we'll refer to the fact that this data has been around a long time. We had on the results day data, so the first week in September, we were working with our schools to understand the performance of those individual schools. We haven't waited until now, but we have to formally report the data at this stage because there's the validation process. I think it's important that second paragraph there, the data pack will only tell part of the story. There is an awful lot of other data about the quality of teaching and learning in schools and the quality of leadership that is as equally as important as the end scores. The new data, there are the 5 new measures, but the data packs do contain, this is skipping down to the paragraphs where it refers to the level 2, inclusive of English and maths, and the level 1. Those threshold measures still published for schools in the data packs because the school set targets for those measures ultimately, so they can compare back to their performance, but they're not meant to be used to compare against each other. The evaluative data we've got in here is very much focusing on the 5 new measures. There's a range of bullet point questions which I will not go through in this committee, but we're very much using those questions to inform our work with governors. We've revised all the data training on the back of these changes so that new governors receiving the data training have updated questions which are pertinent to the interim measures that we're looking at. Final bit before I go into the actual data. There was a letter in July a joint letter from EST and WLGA, obviously sent to chairs of scrutiny and other critical members listed there, and that's reaffirming it's counterproductive for schools to be placed under disproportionate pressure on the basis of individual measures in forums such as this. But we still need to see the data in forums like this. It's critical for you to be able to hold us to account. But it's growing, and this is the element where I say learning with you, how we use a broader range of unaggregated data and information to inform you of school progress in a timely manner. Almost, you need to know if there are concerns in a school before the end of key stage data. It's an earlier stage. I'm going to move on to the data on page 8 of my report. Apologies, I'm not sure of the number in yours, but the CAP 9 performance overview, it's got one of the charts on scatter graph charts. CAP 9 performance should be in colour, hopefully, for you, where you have the range of dots for Monmouthshire in that yellow colour. You can see that we have the least socioeconomically disadvantaged schools in the region towards the left, more socioeconomically disadvantaged towards the right. You can see that the Monmouthshire schools are generally clustered together when it's free school meals in that 8 to 12% range. That's very close together, but we do recognise that there are differences in schools beyond that free school meal indicator alone, but that's the one that we can use as a rough guide to how they performed compared with other similar schools. The line is regional on this chart at the moment because we don't have the data for all the other schools to plot that. As we get that from Welsh Government in future years, we will use that national line rather than regional. You can see in terms of performance of where they are, you have one school performing above expectation, you have got 2 schools very much performing in line with expectation, and you've got 1 school performing slightly below expectation in terms of that CAP 9 measure. So quite a balanced picture across the 4 schools in Monmouthshire. Not to say that there is not, aspiration to move all of our schools above that line, as there are for all schools across the region. When we look at the data in a table, this report, by the way, I forgot to say at the beginning, was agreed to be consistent with the other 4 local authorities. So it's a consistent report. The named schools for Monmouthshire on there, you can see King Henry towards the top, ordered in terms of the CAP 9. You can see all towards the top third of the table. It's where we would expect them to be in terms of their socioeconomic disadvantage, and the challenge is to keep moving those schools up that table, as it is for all schools across the region. The other 4 columns are the other measures, and you will see, I guess the one that stands out is Caldecott. is that whilst comparable on the CAP9, when you look at the literacy measure, the numeracy measure, and the science measure, that performance is below similar schools. That is something that the school leadership at that school and the local authority and the AS officers are well aware of, and measures in place to improve that performance in those measures in those individual subjects. Okay. Final page of critical information is on the CAP9, the performance of free school meal learners compared with their non-free school meal peers. You can see the size of the cohorts there. They range from 12 to 24 learners. So whilst they're relatively small, they're not insignificant statistically in terms of looking at those learners. And collectively, there's 73 learners there within the 4 secondary schools. It's, I think, to look at the range of performance. When we look at the non-free school meals, 377 points, the lowest performing school in Monmouthshire, to 407, quite a high range relatively. There is a much broader range for non-free school meal learners, and as we know from strategic priorities, and we'll see that in the business plan later, that is one of the core priorities for development, our free school meal learners and the focus on them and improving their performance. Thank you.
Mr. McLean.
Thank you. I think I'm really grateful to colleagues from the AS for presenting the report, and just for setting out those changes that have taken place this year. Clearly, last summer was the first time we'd seen the CAP9 in that regard, but it does give us an opportunity to think about our schools, where they are performing, the qualifications that children are achieving. And I think it would be fair to say, in this committee, certainly, and something which we'd repeat in any setting, is that we have expectations of our secondary schools to do better than they are doing at the moment, and that's right across the 4 secondary schools. It's important for us that the start that our children receive when they're in primary schools is maintained, and we don't see a drop-off in the progress that they make. There are some ways in which there are some other models and so on in terms of progress and in terms of how far our schools have made that journey. Ed rightly identifies that this report captures the regional position. Obviously, there's a national position as well. That's been reported this year in a statistical release, and you can see how well we compare to other parts of Wales as well. One of the key challenges for us is how well do our schools do against their families of schools. And that's an important measure, because families of schools are brought together not only using free school meals data, but also the number of children who have an ALN statement, the number of children who have English as an acquired language, and so on. So it's a broader contextual family. And we've seen in the last summer's outcomes that actually 3 of our 4 schools were below the family average across the range of measures. Level 2+, which is one of the legacy measures, the CAP9, and the number of children achieving 5 A stars and A's. And then the other model which we use is the Welsh Government's modelled expectations, which is becoming more difficult to use in a statistical sense as the examinations have changed over time. But that takes children's prior attainment as an indicator as their future attainment and predicts out what schools should be achieving. And last summer, again, 3 of our 4 schools didn't make that modelled expectation. But it's a dialogue that we're having all the time with our secondary schools. Whenever I meet with, and you'll meet one of our secondary heads and one of his colleagues later this morning, it's a constant theme in our discussions to understand the progress they're making, the changes that they're making to secure those improvements, and how we see that progress going. So I think it would be fair to say that we know this is an area that we need to continue to work on. We know that it's an area of focus. As has been pointed out, it rightly appears both Key Stage 4 and our vulnerable learners appear in the business case. And it's something that I'm sure that this committee will want to come back to in the future.
Well, thank you both for that very comprehensive report and explaining, in a sense, the new system. Questions agreed. Councillor Martin Groker, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McLean, you're looking remarkably calm this morning, considering that you are about to be subjected to an ESTIN inspection. Yesterday afternoon, in my role as a chair of governors, I met with the lead inspector and his assistant to talk to them about the support from the authority and indeed from EAS. And it was very clear in the conversation that there were one or two things that they'd already picked up from data, one of which was the performance of free school meals pupils at Key Stage 4. Indeed, it's something that my political grouping have been pushing for several years now, and Monmouthshire as an authority has, over successive years, had the worst outcomes for free school meals at Key Stage 4. However, I think it is very easy, and Councillor Powell has made this point many times in the past, that free school meals data can be a very blunt tool. It's a very effective tool, and it's probably the best one we've got for looking at the performance of vulnerable pupils, a whole range of disability. And I was in a governor's meeting at King Henry with Councillor Powell last night, and we were drilling down into some of this data. And the report that you've given us here, Eds, points out that there are 12 free school meals pupils in last year's year 11 at King Henry. Of those 12, 11 had got additional learning needs. And you look at that and you say, well, is it the fact that mum and dad can't afford a meal at lunchtime? Or is it all of these other things, family breakdown, you know, a looked after child? At King Henry, they might be a refugee. There's a whole raft of things that contribute. Now, I think at County Council, we had a very interesting debate a week or so ago at our last meeting around poverty and the way this council addresses poverty. And I think that one of the things that came from our discussions was an acknowledgement that there are pockets of very severe poverty in our county, and that those children have huge barriers to climb in order to fulfill their potential. I'm looking forward very much to hearing from the head of Chepstow Comp. But Ed Price made the point in his opening remarks that wherever we are, the best schools are always looking to move forward. And I think that one of the things that came out of our governor's meeting last night at King Henry was a training day that for staff on the first day of this term, where staff were actually confronted with the range of difficulties that those FSM children face, and challenged in the way they now look at those individual children and try to acknowledge that it's not just what's confronting them in the seat at any one time in their classroom, but the whole suite of difficulties that these youngsters will bring. And I think that's moving the debate a step forward from just saying, well, are they narrowing the gap between free school meals and non-free school meals, to saying, well, we've done this, and this, but are we actually addressing the wider impact of poverty and austerity on these families from which these children come? I think, and I've mentioned it here before, I think at the last meeting of this committee, it's going to be great to hear what Chepstow are doing. I think members here would very much like to hear what King Henry is doing as well in broadening this out to look at the wider impact and addressing it. Because if we're talking about 12 children in a year cohort, then if teachers can't drill down and look at those dozen kids, then, you know, the reality is they can. They should know, and they should have identified for them by the school, these are your vulnerable kids. What are you going to do for these 12 children in a very large cohort? That's the way that we're going to overcome this year after year failure in Monmouthshire. It's very embarrassing to be the worst performer in any sphere. But when we're looking at our key stage performance for free school meals, every year there's a lot of hand-wringing and people saying we need to do stuff. And I know EAS have commissioned research recently to look at this very topic. There is an awful lot of acknowledgement of the need. And I think that where we can identify good practice, as a committee, we should be looking at it. So through the chair, I would certainly like to say, let's invite King Henry. Let's listen very carefully to what Chepstow are doing. But also, I think we need to move this debate forward. Yes, free school meals are a useful measure, but behind that is a lot of individual cause of failure, and we need now to start looking at a much wider level of why our youngsters don't fulfil their potential as the way forward, so that Monmouthshire really can set the ball rolling here.
Thank you, Councillor Groker. Do you want to come back, Mr McLean?
Thank you, Chair. I'll start, and I know Kirsty wants to come in as well. So just to address the first point, I think that I think probably 2 Chief Officer reports ago, we really tried to help, I don't mean that to sound in any way patronising, help Council understand that notion of complexity. And there are, for many of our young people, it's several indicators of vulnerability and not simply free school meals. So that's something which we continue to do to understand that. And as you say, you know, for King Henry last year, you know, 11 out of 12 having additional learning need would present a challenge to reaching a high cap point score in any sense before we add on that vulnerability around the socioeconomic deprivation factors. I think one of the things which is really important is that you know, through our partnerships as well, we really understand the consequences of some of those early life traumas that have a real impact on our learners. And I know that the ACEs, that's become a kind of a well-known and well-used kind of phrase around places that adverse childhood experiences. And we understand to a far greater extent now the impact that they can have on learners as they go through their school careers. It's really important that we move beyond just knowing who the children are and knowing how they're getting on to actually really putting in place meaningful interventions that help them progress. So certainly we can identify who the children are, but the other interesting point, of course, is that for those children who are eligible for free school meals and have other complexities, there will be children who have multiple complexities but aren't eligible for free school meals. So we must take a full account of our whole vulnerable population. So in doing so, and certainly when we've been to schools as part of our ongoing monitoring engagement process, you know, it's quite stark and challenging and saddening at the same time when you see the FSM cohort being presented and the number of the FSM cohort with significant mental health issues and so on. And that is very challenging to think about. How do we best bring around, you know, resources which aren't always very easily available in things like CAMS and so on, to actually make a difference to those children as early as we possibly can. So absolutely agree. It'd be great to have another, it'd be fantastic to hear from Chepstow this morning. It'd be great to have another school come and talk to you as well. But for me, it's that key part around how do we make sure that our narrative goes beyond identification and monitoring to understanding what really makes a difference. And that's the key part. So I'm sure Kirsty will pick up on that.
Yes, just to reassure members, really, I completely agree with all the points made and would reiterate what Will has just said. Every secondary within Monmouthshire currently has a vulnerable learner lead, which is partially funded by the EAS. Those group of individuals are working very closely together to look at best practice about what actually makes a difference, to reassure members that work is being undertaken, and there's actually a celebration of that work being held in March, which we look forward to and can bring back the outcomes to this committee. In terms of the PDG grant as well, that you'll all be aware of, Monmouthshire schools will go through a professional panel where we will look at the activities that the school is spending against to absolutely make sure that they're having that impact for that vulnerable group of learners. To just reassure members, we've looked at the data with the schools at individual pupil level, but as Will said, it's what we do next and what the impact of that will be.
Well, thank you both for that, for coming back. Councillor Louise Brown.
Yeah, I think I've just basically looking at the tables as a whole, it looks to me as if what's happened is that basically this is a list of presumably all the schools in the Gwent area, and you've just extracted the ones that are to do with Monmouthshire. But when I initially looked at it, I was totally confused by all of the rows, and I didn't understand that you had to go across you know, that particular row, and I was thinking maybe these are different cohorts or something like that. So I think it would be helpful if you know, an explanation had been put forward. You know, this is the sort of partial of the full table, because I was thinking, well, are these different pupils and their scores? Do you see what I mean? It wasn't comprehensible at first sight that that's what you were looking at. But I mean, looking at the second table, which is the one on page 10 of yours, or page 76, I mean, it's more obvious now that you just go across, and then basically you see the difference between the free school meals and the cohorts that are there, and presumably the FSM 3-year RA. I'm not sure what RA means, but that's presumably the percentage. So it's a question of you know, initial confusion as to what this meant, and then realising that what you'd done was you blanked out the rest of it, but it didn't actually say that. Do you see what I mean? So I was beginning to think there's this cap 0.9 on the other side was some sort of breakdown of different cohorts. Do you see what I'm getting at there? Yeah. So I mean, it would probably have been better if the, well, I don't know whether it would have been better if the others had been blanked out, because you wouldn't have got the median and so forth.
Stop you then, Eloise. I think, you know, I think we've got the point in terms of clarity. And obviously, this is a new system, but would you like to come back, Ed?
No, just to say, more than happy to add in more context for future reports to explain the charts in more detail. Rolling average. So with the, I know we've talked in the past about abbreviations and the use in education and data. I do try and minimise them, but that one slipped in. Apologies.
Mr. McLean, do you want to come back?
Thanks. I think just to say that, you know, this is the first year of reporting in this way. It's the first year we haven't had aggregated data and shared across, you know, what the other authorities are doing. I think what this helpfully does, and I think just that note of clarity would potentially aid it, but it really does demonstrate where our schools are in that kind of continuum of all of the schools in the EAS region. And I think, you know, that line that Ed used in his introductory comments, that, you know, we're towards the top third, you know, I just would like no member of this committee to be in any doubt that we should be right to the top of that table, given the FSM in our secondary schools. So there will be other, you know, secondary schools in the region who have got low levels of FSM, and we'd expect to be competing with them on a very kind of near basis. But, you know, our expectation is always that the schools are right to the top of that table, and it's good to see them where they are this year, certainly, as well.
Thanks, Mr. McLean. And thank you, EAS and Will McLean, for bringing this report. It obviously is relatively new to all of us, and I think it's been helpful to go through it. Obviously noted today, also noticed as well the issues on free school meals, and I take Councillor Grocost's point about inviting somebody from King Henry VIII. I think from the committee's point of view, it's better the more schools that we bring in here, then the better. And it is a very important issue, and it's an issue that is obviously close to all our hearts, in the sense of seeing these children and also seeing looked after children performing as well as they possibly can. We look forward as well to EAS probably bringing a further report later on in the year. Okay, thank you for that. We'll now move on, and it's still EAS, and obviously we look now at the Education Achievement Service Business Plan, which is agenda item 7. I'll hand over to Ed Price. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Chair. This report, apologies, it's me again, talking through another report. There are 3 components to this. There's the report itself. There's the business plan in draft, the high-level business plan in draft, which has been attached as an appendix. And there's the local authority annex from Monmouthshire, which I'll cover both of those a little bit later on. It is an opportunity, similar to last year, to consult with you as members as part of our broad consultation process on the business plan for the coming year. It is, so we ask as 3.1 for members to consider the full contents of the business plan itself and the report and the local authority annex, and to provide us commentary, and you may provide us with written commentary after this as well, but we will take notes from questions at the end as well to inform the final business plan ready for publication 1st of April. It's worth a reminder on 3.2, the context of the EAS. We are owned by the 5 local authorities as a not-for-profit company. We are a region that fully follows the business model set out in 2011 by Welsh Government for regional working and their aspirations for regional working for school improvement services. This plan very much supports the role that local authorities have, and it is vital and critical that we work in partnership with the local authority to help the local authority deliver their statutory functions, addressing their individual improvement priorities, ultimately promoting improved pupils' outcomes. We're required to submit this plan, and it outlines the programme of work that is required to improve outcomes and provision for learners across South East Wales. Priorities, 3.4, for the business plan are derived from the priorities of local authority strategic plans. The ones for the 5 authorities are outlined in the plan. The ones for Monmouthshire, the 4, are outlined in this plan. I'll cover those in a moment. And it's that opportunity to comment. And also 3.6, to consider the main strengths and areas for development within a Monmouthshire context, as detailed in ALX, to consider how our services jointly with the local authority can be aligned to ensure progress for our learners. Now, in terms of previous data, a mid-year evaluation of the current business plan, which lasts until March, available for local authorities to share into processes as they see fit. We've got the range of data that we provided in previous report, Foundation Phase, the Key Stage 3 report, and previous reports that we've informed you of. So this report itself doesn't cover data because that's been covered previously. It's important in 3.8, the delivery model for the business plan is on a regional basis. But it takes into account the individual needs of individual schools within Monmouthshire, aligned to national categorisation, and I know I've covered national categorisation with you, with proportionate support challenge for schools at an individual basis. It's at the bottom of that. Across the region, there are now a variety of ways in which the AS supports and challenges school improvement, from learning network schools, professional learning, school development planning review, the vulnerable learners that Kirsty just alluded to. This report, in a way, has quite a broad scope in terms of the full range of services that we offer. 3.9 covers professional learning offer, and that will be developed for publication 1st of April in alignment with the business plan, so that schools have early sight of the professional learning and can plan their interactions with our professional learning offer at the earliest possible stage. There's the support in 3.10, the school development planning, in line with the levels of support that they require, ESTIN outcomes, local intelligence, and a degree of flexibility in the deployment of our support within this plan for individual schools. This plan does not outline the support we're going to provide at an individual school level because it can't at this stage. It is too soon. That takes place at a much more detailed level after this business plan. 3.12, the priorities. That takes into account in diagrammatic form the range of evidence that we consider in terms of informing how we develop the business plan, from our own internal self-evaluation to broader changes in education in Wales, ESTIN inspection outcomes, the funding that's available to deliver that in terms of grant, which I'll cover in a section towards the end. 3.13, I'll just cover the bottom 2 rows of this because the previous 2 rows have been covered off in previous business plans of the types of research that we engage with independently through specific grant funding earmarked for this from Welsh Government. But you'll see a build on value for money reports. So we commission our own external value for money reports, which are available to enter into the scrutiny process, commentary from professors within the system to work with us to provide external consultancy, and a 2019-20 programme looking at quality assurance, impact capture, school improvement, governance, and those are a range of case studies as opposed to some of the broader high-level research that we've undertaken previously. Consultation list is there. I'm not going to cover every one off there, but the individual local authority scrutiny committees are part of that. It is worth saying that the three above that, the Regional JEG Joint Executive Group, the EAS Company Board, the EAS ARAC Audit Risk Assurance Committees, all have individual monitor members represented, so you are represented on our boards and governance structures. There's a range of other supporting documentation. The critical one that will be emerged will be the detailed business plan, which follows underneath this, the operational costed, with clear timescales, clear objectives against actions, follows. In terms of 3.16 and 3.17, this outlines the strategic priorities from Monmouthshire and how they link into our business plan. You will see that the top one, under 3.18, strengthening leadership and teaching and learning so that all learners make appropriate progress, improving outcomes for vulnerable learners, particularly those on the FSM, secondary stages, Key Stage 4, reduce variance in outcomes between schools. And hopefully you can see the link between those top three immediately and the previous report on Key Stage 4 and previous foundation phase Key Stage 3 reports. Those then drive into our overall priorities in 3.19. Strand 1 is about the development of teachers and leaders. Strand 2 is about ensuring inclusivity and well-being. Strand 3 is about response to appropriate robust assessment evaluation arrangements. And Strand 4 is almost our own internal developments to support those three strands above. So you could hopefully see the link between those Monmouthshire strategic priorities and the EAS strategic priorities. And they align also with, under 3.21, our national mission action plan from Welsh Government. There are a range of bullet points on 3.22 about the areas we still need to work on with local authorities collaboratively. I will just go through these at a high level, but ensuring that schools get that require the highest level of report make progress at the appropriate pace. Identifying future leaders is going to be critical, particularly within certain sectors. Providing intervention, challenge support and capacity in building to ensure that we intervene at the appropriate stage collectively with our partners in local authorities in refusing to compromise in terms of outcomes for learners. The fourth bullet point there, developing a talent management and leadership framework, because it is ultimately about leadership within our schools. That without that leadership within our schools, there will not be success. It's developing that. Retaining a high bar for the identification of those who work with us as challenge advisors at the core, but also a range of partner challenge advisors where we use our best leaders from within our schools in the region, and increasingly use the best leaders from outside the region where we believe that they can have a greater impact. Continuing to build the capacity of governing bodies is going to be critical, looking at an increased model of cluster working with governing bodies and ensuring that the funding is there to work on a more local level within our governing bodies, on top of the core induction, data training, and online where available. It is much more about the local needs of clusters as well and utilising expertise there. Improving the quality of teaching, learning, in particular skills development in identified secondary schools through the appropriate professional learning programmes are critical developments. On 3.23, still needing to work to develop bespoke school-led peer review models. We have had a range of peer review work being undertaken over the last 3 to 4 years, which has evolved and it will continue to evolve to meet the needs of our schools. Being clear on the role of the EAS in wellbeing and the ACES agenda that Will referred to, and the vulnerable learning leads and our joint approach with local authorities. Developing a broader range of evaluation strategies to ensure appropriate intervention. Internally, extending our own governance structures. 3.24, critical in light of today as well, and the preparation that's been in place for a number of years, but implementation of curriculum for Wales as a core top priority goes without saying, and support for our school leaders in that, and support at school level, teacher level as well. Engaging in pilot programmes nationally in terms of accountability arrangements and schools causing concern, and the development of our contribution to national professional learning in light of local, regional professional learning. The final one there, an aspiration to secure an indicative 3-year funding model. We are still in a model where we have 1-year funding in terms of the grant. To move to a 3-year model, if Welsh Government can facilitate that, will enable strategic planning on a much longer term than single-year plans. Okay. The LA Annex document you have a copy of, and we are more than happy to take questions on. There is one element of that which we would have loved to have been able to share with you today, but it is embargoed until the 31st of January, and that is the national categorisation for this year. So we have got last year's in. By the time this report goes to Cabinet, it will be the full national categorisation for this year. The rest of the document is up to date. So how we support schools to identify and address their priorities. The role of the Challenge Advisor remains there centrally in supporting, brokering and challenging, but I know we've done workshops where we've talked about the broader role of the AS being more than about just the Challenge Advisor role. It is working with a range of other support functions and subject-specific support for governors, well-being, etc. Access to funded networks, and much more of our support now being delivered through highly effective partner schools rather than from the centre, and I'll touch on this when we return to finance. Access to a wider range of professional learning, that is from experts in the field in highly effective schools. Peer working I've touched on, the use of trained coaches and mentors, and access to e-learning. And working in partners with our partnership with local authority settings. The list there with the length of this report, I am not going to go through every aspect of that report. I'm going to, because I know you've got the opportunity to question on that anyway. I'll move on to 3.28, Monmouthshire risks. These are ensuring that we meet the 4 priorities there. Those are our core risks in terms of Monmouthshire, but there are a range of regional risks that are collective for all 5 authorities. Ensuring that effective joint targeting of resources and no duplication, ensuring that school concerns are identified at the earliest possible stage and the support put in at the earliest possible stage, and that LA statutory powers used appropriately and in a timely manner collectively, and that financial element there as well. The reasons for the report are evident, but resource implications I will cover the last part of the report. There is a collaboration and members agreement which was put in place in 2011 in the setup of the EAS, which set out the funding obligations in terms of the local authority commitments. There are 3 parts to the funding that we receive: local authority core contribution, regional grant, service level agreement for government support services is the only sort of income generation part. Delegation rates to schools is worth stating that they have increased to 94%. When back in 2012, some of the individual local authority delegation rates were in the low 60s in terms of delegation rates to schools. We also, when we were set up, had an income generation target of 1.25 million to sustain the staffing structure that we inherited. That was removed 3 years ago, finally, because we want to be able to offer the services that the schools need rather than the services that they will buy. So there are no charging in terms of any of our courses. And the final bit, 5.4, I think the core funding contribution there has, because of efficiency savings, reduced by 1.17 million since 2012. The core figures there for Monmouthshire, this year's contribution 414,000 compared with 420. That's reduced every year since 2012 in terms of core contribution. And the final bit is just about the membership. The CAMA does outline how we should use grant regionally. Thank you, Chair.
Ed Price, thank you very much for that very comprehensive report. And you've obviously fleshed it out for us now as you go. Taking questions, Councillor Mary Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. Monmouthshire LA risks. We've already rehearsed this morning the issues around vulnerable pupils, I think. But the fourth bullet point there, exclusions, I think it's probably a question for Mr. McLean rather than for EAS. Is there not a lot of evidence that would suggest that one of the reasons for the rise in exclusions is the need to cut support staff in many of our schools, so that youngsters who might previously have been at risk of exclusion could receive support and encouragement from teaching assistants, a sort of additional person able to work with specific youngsters that in recent years we have seen considerably diminished in our classrooms, and that one very effective way of addressing the number of exclusions would be to increase the amount of resources available to schools. And there is one question for Mr. Price. Today, I think, is quite an exciting day for Welsh education in terms of hearing where we might be going forward with the new curriculum. Now, EAS and your equivalents throughout Wales, it seems to me, are walking a tightrope at the moment, because on the one hand, you are playing a crucial role in raising standards on the current curriculum, while at the same time trying to ensure that schools are ready for the new curriculum. And I'm afraid I'm going to mention money again, because in recent years the resources available to EAS have been reduced as part of a general reduction in education services throughout the country. I am concerned that with both of these current pressures on the service, you have not got enough funding to do both effectively. Could you comment on that? I suspect you probably disagree with me, but nonetheless, I will make the point on your behalf, in case others in other places are watching this, that you need more resources, quite specifically to ensure standards do not drop in the current curriculum, while at the same time ensuring that staff are well aware of the requirements and can hit the ground running when the new curriculum is introduced.
Thanks for that, Councillor Grove. But if you go to Mr. Will McLean first, and then we'll go to Ed Price, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Grocott. Yeah, exclusions we recognised were, hence they were in last year's business plan as well, were a growing concern for us across both primary and secondary settings. We have taken the steps this year to put in place additional support from our pupil referral service into each of our 4 secondary schools. That's been done on a pilot basis, so King Henry VIII and Chepstow have both had a teacher and a TA in school additionally, to provide that additional level of kind of graduated response to challenging behaviour in school. We're still working through that. It's a pilot period of time for us, and we're still working through it to make sure that it works and has traction in those schools. The point around kind of the more general deployment of teaching assistants or support staff is probably one which is probably more difficult for me to answer in many regards. I think teaching assistants and support staff play a huge part in all of our schools in enabling children to make the very best progress they can. That goes without saying. I think when we look across the numbers that have reduced, I don't think it's as stark as perhaps sometimes we understand it to be. And perhaps actually it would be useful if I bring those numbers back to committee next time, or I'm happy to provide them in writing to you, obviously. It is an area of concern for us, and I think the evolution actually in the focus and the business case last year and this year is last year it was very clear it was just about reducing exclusions, and that was kind of very kind of neat language. This year, we're trying to say that we're going to work with partners to make sure that we're more effective in putting the mechanisms in place. And I think by that, we're recognising that actually, going back to your earlier comments around poverty, there are a multifaceted number of reasons why children behave in certain ways in schools. We've got to be better at supporting them so that they don't feel they need to exhibit those behaviours. And then we need to be better at supporting them in the future. So I hope that nuance, and that was nuance that came about from the head teachers themselves, actually, in terms of feedback, in terms of how we built those priorities. So hopefully that will enable us to transition. But I'm sure Mr. Sims will reflect on some of that potentially later in his conversation with you.
Thank you, Will. Ed, would you like to come back?
I was just going to, I know the exclusions wasn't directed at us as a question, but if you look at the risk around bullet point 1, that really strongly links to improving the quality of teaching and learning and reducing exclusions within your local authority. And we've got the benefit of looking at 5 local authorities worth of data for exclusions, and can share that and often do with Monmouthshire and have those discussions around school level. So it was just the point around improving the quality of teaching and learning and reducing exclusions and the link between those two.
Yeah, to start on the second question with new curriculum, obviously the Foundation Phase Key Stage 3 report, I talked about the changes which are quite significant there in terms of the release of pressure in a way in schools in terms of their publication. That is start of the journey in terms of, yes, schools are still assessing against the existing curriculum, but they have got scope to innovate and adapt to new curriculum and prepare for that. Also with Key Stage 4, the GCSEs we have now will still be around for a number of years for our schools, and those will evolve over time as some of our primary school learners go into, they will be the first ones that are assessed, I think it's year 4, on the new GCSEs that evolve into, so there is time there. In terms of funding,
Shall I come in?
Yeah, you can.
In terms of funding, nobody would turn down additional funding. I think that's fair to say. But to reassure members, you have a business plan in front of you. We're confident that within our current funding model, we can achieve those priorities. And in terms of the new curriculum, our support for the new curriculum is strong, I believe. And up until this point, schools have had all the information that they need. There are now going to be a common set of expectations set across Wales. We've been part of devising those with other regional consortia, with Welsh Government, with Estin. So we're confident that we can provide that support for schools. But ultimately, this is about good quality teaching and learning. And to achieve that new curriculum implementation, we need to ensure that all our schools are giving learners the best opportunities in the classroom every day.
Just one point on that funding. When we look at the grant streams going into schools, we've taken decisions that it is important to keep a high delegation rate at 94%, where we've taken difficult decisions at the centre, where perhaps we've made redundancies because we believe that in previous years, not this year, where we believe that's where the funding is most effective. When you look at the streams of professional learning grant, in the last 2 years, PDG, the Education Improvement Grant, those 3 grant streams it's important that they are used effectively in terms of development rather than supplementing other budgets. It is how they are used, and the challenge for many secondary schools in particular is how to actually, the models for release of teachers is one of the difficult things, to keep teachers in front of the classes where they should be, but at the same time developing and learning is as much of a challenge as funding.
Thanks for that. Any other questions or issues? Councillor Louise Brown.
Yes, thank you. I've got two questions focusing on different areas. If you look at the actual draft report on page 96, 97 and 98, that's where it actually refers to or it's page 9, I think, on the business report. It refers to the different strategic priorities, and the first authority seems to have quite different priorities in terms of centering on English and maths, but the other authorities seem to have very similar sort of themes in terms of free school meals and quality of teaching and so forth. And I just wondered whether or not, I mean, obviously these are priorities for the different local authorities, but I did notice that Newport got a priority to do with ALN and the others haven't. And I just wondered whether, you know, that there ought to be almost strategic priorities that EAS deal with as well as what the local authorities are saying they need to concentrate on as well. I appreciate that it's a discussion, but if you look at it, there are not necessarily with the first authority, but if you look at the other Gwent authorities, some of the wording for the priorities is very similar, but there is a little bit of variation, you know, and specifically, you know, one of them looks at ALN, whereas the others don't. And I just wondered whether or not, you know, there ought to be key themes that EAS impose as opposed to negotiate with the particular local authority, just to make sure that, you know, across Gwent, the same standards are being looked at. And then I've got another question later on about one of the tables. Thank you.
Well, let's take that for first question first. Will McLean.
So the first thing to say, Councillor, is there was no collusion between myself and colleague directors as to the what was in those priorities. They are similar, but I think that they reflect the needs quite clearly, and the ones that were in last year's report, which have evolved into this year's report, were taken and presented at Chief Officer's report to full council. So they've been through a process of establishment, you know, as we go through the process of rigorously understanding where our performance is, where our challenges are, and so on. And those are that's the language which we've used to hold those together. The reason I think that the ALN for Monmouthshire is not a strategic priority with regards to this business plan and how we work with the EAS is that our work with the ALN reform piece sits clearly in a collaborative way, but doesn't sit with the EAS in this instance. We have worked exceptionally closely with Tracy Peed, who's the regional lead for ALN transformation. We continue to do so. Tracy works with Hayley Page, who's the lead Elenco in our region. And that's the way that that work goes through there. For me, the reason and the way in which we put this document together is because this is our focus on really driving school improvement. That's not to say that ALN doesn't have a key role to play in that, but it sits somewhere else in the jigsaw of the collaborations that we undertake. So I feel that the priorities that we've identified there, and which will come through Council through Chief Officer's reports a little later in the year, really do address the challenges that we face as a local authority. And I think in the part of the table there, it says 1, 2 and 3. That's the alignment to the EAS's work as well. So you can see that commonality. And that development around the stakeholders piece, I think, is really important for us. It's that evolution. So there's not just simply a hard wall pressure put on schools to reduce exclusions. It's actually about working with schools to find better ways to make sure that children don't present with those behaviours. So I stand by those priorities.
Any other issues? Peter. Well, can we go to Peter and then we'll come back?
Okay. I'll just make a brief comment about exclusions. I mean, I think we have to recognise that there are occasions when head teachers have no other real alternative than to exclude, but sometimes you can get a sort of a spike in exclusions, which indicate, it's not necessarily a bad thing in itself, it can indicate that a head teacher, particularly maybe a head teacher who's just come into a school, is dealing with a particular situation. Yeah, and so sometimes that might happen. Sometimes you need a bit of enforcement before you then have the rehabilitation and restitution. Naturally, in the longer term, what you say is absolutely correct.
Thank you, Peter. Ms. Brown.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was also a question for EAS as well as the Chief Officer about, you know, themes and making sure that across Gwent, you know, all of the important areas are dealt with, you know, because obviously you've mentioned 1, 2, 3 and how it relates to the plan, but obviously some people refer to things as vulnerable learners as opposed to FSM or I'm not quite sure what vulnerable learners means, whether it's FSM or whether it's actually ALN, you see. So there can be confusion over terms. So it was really asking for EAS, whether or not, I know that local authorities set their priorities in a sense, but how much is you know, EAS sort of saying, well, we want to make sure we cover all of these themes across the Gwent authorities. You know, even if a particular authority doesn't see something as much a priority as one other authority. Do you see what I'm trying to drive at? You know, because I mean, for example, one was talking a lot about English and maths, and therefore missing out on FSM or ALN and that sort of thing. That was what I was driving at in relation to that question. And then if I could later come back, Chair, with your permission, on page 113, I just wanted some clarification on that particular table. Thank you.
Okay. From an EAS perspective, we're working with the 5 local authorities, so absolutely we do look at all those priorities in totality and make an attempt in this business plan to address all of those. What we've tried to do is provide the main links to those, but your point is there will be other things. Those other things are addressed within the main plan itself. So whilst each local authority has its own priorities, and we would not be in a place to impose those, they are very often discussed, and we had a very frank discussion with Will, who asked for our advice, our support in inputting those priorities together in the first place. So they're never done in isolation. It's always a conversation. It's always together. But the plan itself would cover and support all of those, the wider range in priorities, as well as those individual local authority priorities.
Okay.
Issues that come up.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, thank you, Councillor Brown. Okay, I think we're coming to the end now in terms of having had a very comprehensive report on the EAS business plan. We're obviously working in partnership with them, and obviously we obviously have to fund it. Are people happy with the plan that's been put forward today, and in terms, you know, being blunt, in terms of value for money from the CYP perspective? You know, that's the heart of it. And obviously note the points today on exclusion. I would ask as well from Mr. McLean if you could have a brief report on the number of exclusions, etc., which could be emailed to members, and perhaps at a future date we might actually, you know, perhaps Mr. McLean would bring a report. But are people happy with the EAS business plan? Sorry, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, sorry. On page, I just wanted an explanation of the table on page 113, because I didn't understand why it mentioned 16, 17, 17, 18 when it's primary. I don't understand what those numbers are.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, 2016. Yeah, oh, I see. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah, it's a short form. And the categories are presumably the categories of better schools or worse schools. But the other question is that last year I did ask for the numbers to be of Wales to be just underneath the numbers for Monmouthshire to make it easier to compare. But that hasn't happened in this one again. Do you understand what I'm saying? So in other words, Monmouthshire 16, 17, East Wales 16, 17.
Okay, I'll stop you there. EAS, would you like to come back?
We don't have that full data picture available for Wales. We've only got the regional picture and the Monmouthshire picture to compare in terms of the detail of those numbers at this stage.
Yeah. I'm going to have to stop you there now, Councillor Brown, because I'm conscious of the time and we've still got another agenda item, and it's you know, we really need to make progress. I know Will McLean wants to come back briefly.
One really brief point. The way categorisation works is that it's a process for establishing how much support a school works. So it's not a judgment about the school. So we were beginning to be falling into a kind of an improper accountability measure if we were saying, oh, well, we've got more green or more red or more yellow. So it's good for us just to have the gauge of the regional position, but I suspect over time we'll probably see that even begin to fall away. In the same way we have with the exam qualifications. So it's that part. So that's my caution around the kind of the Welsh position there.
Well, thank you all for your contribution. Thanks to members as well. But diolch yn fawr, thank you very much for your contribution today and going through quite long, detailed documents. We'll move on now. I'm conscious of the time, but welcome now the head of Chepstow Comprehensive, Matt Sims, and also his deputy, Kelly Bowden, is going to come and join him at the front here. So hand over to Mr. Sims. Thank you very much. We're going on now then to... Yes, by all means, yes. We go now then to agenda item 8, which is attainment strategies. And it's a discussion with the head here, Matt Sims, of Chepstow Comprehensive, on their success with strategies for improving the performance of pupils in receipt of free school meals, and also to look at the challenges of being a school which is very much on the periphery of Wales. It's right on, as you well know, right on the border with England. So hand over now to the head of Chepstow. Thank you very much. Yeah, Preston.
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much. And I've introduced myself. My name is Matt Sims, head teacher at Chepstow. And I think it'd be unfair of me not to talk about this particular subject without introducing Ms Kelly Bowd, who's our deputy head, because this is a specific part of her portfolio, and she's the champion for free school meals. Listening at the back, many points that you've highlighted, particularly your point around free school meals. I completely agree. It is a complex issue for us. It's complex through all of secondary education, and there are many strategies that we've been working through with. We've abandoned many strategies in the past to get to this point. I can only talk about Chepstow School, and I can talk about a school in Caerphilly where I was head teacher for 5 years. Chepstow School's free school meals, the outcomes are not where they should be at all, and I think that's pretty much reflected across the authority, which you guys very much know. Me applying to be head teacher at Chepstow was one of the things that attracted me to the post, was the school was underperforming. And clearly I wanted to put that right, working with the local authority and working with the AS. So there's a number of strategies that I can quickly bullet point, but as I said, I feel a bit of a phony if I didn't pass to my expert to my left. Thank you.
Just speak through the microphone, is it? Okay, good morning. As Matt said, my name is Kelly Bowd and I'm the current deputy head at Chepstow Comprehensive School. I've also come from another authority, Caerphilly, where I was free school meal lead within the authority. If you can have a little look at the handout, I've done you a brief overview. So on the front, I've set the historical context with Chepstow. So in 2017-18, only 13% of the cohort of FSM children achieved the outcomes of 5 GCSEs, including their maths and English. In 2018-19, this rose to 40%. Currently, and I know we're not using this measure anymore, but we still got one eye on children achieving 5 GCSEs, including maths and English, particularly in the world of work and going on to university. So within our cohort, I've given you the headline figures that we have 19 pupils, and that's as recent as Plask. There are 11 males, 8 females, and 42%, absolutely as you said earlier, Councillor, 8 out of the 19 have an ALN, and 1 is actually a LAC child. So there are a host of barriers that we've had to have a look at. Currently in our system, there's 37% of those children on target to achieving 5 GCSEs at grades C and above, to include maths and English. But as Kirsty said earlier and Ed, we're looking at a wider measure now, and this is this cap point score to ensure that each of those children leave Chepstow Comprehensive with the maximum qualifications.
So the predicted CAP9 based on prior attainment for those children is 355, and we've currently got a capture of 321. And as I said, this was my area of expertise in my previous school. So this is excluding qualifications that we've actually brought into the school, like finance qualifications, like skill-based qualifications, to ensure those children leave and can go on then to further education so that they don't actually become NEET. On the back of that page, on page 2, I've actually put a list of actions that are up to date, that since I've been in an appointment at Chepstow. The first thing, I know we were talking about, we're looking at year 11. So we arranged meetings with all those parents that for their children who were eligible for free school meals. We phoned all historical children and families who were eligible for free school meals and might not have been currently, to see if they needed support with applications, etc. Then there was a restructure of SLT and I became the free school meal lead. And I'm working with a learning coach, so there was a restructure of the pastoral system within the school, and we specifically are focusing on those outcomes of those children within year 10 and 11. There's identification of those pupils, as we mentioned earlier, and I'm in charge of standards and progress across the school. All of this information has been cascaded out to curriculum leads, and it's very much a common agenda item on faculty meetings, SLT meetings, and everything is quality assured through myself. I've mentioned in there about tracking and monitoring, and then I present feedback sessions not only to the head of year 11, not only to the learning coaches, but obviously to my line manager, who's Matt. But as you mentioned earlier, it's a very blunt measure looking at Key Stage 4. We've decided to look at the whole school and all of the children that are eligible for free school meals. So if I can direct you a couple of points down, when I've mentioned obviously being free school meal lead for Chepstow, I'm actually working with the EAS on a project of actually engaging parents and carers of disadvantaged learners, and about developing a strong communication strategy, working face-to-face with them to support their children to overcome the barriers which you mentioned earlier. And there are many barriers, and one of the things that we focused on in Chepstow is attendance and actually bringing the children into school, and that has had a significant impact. Our attendance currently is 95%, which in old measures would have put us into benchmark quartile 1, and is 0.5% above where it was this time last year. So it has had a significant impact. And how have we done that? We've actually employed a family liaison officer, Angela Jones, and she's working with me to remove all of those barriers that you mentioned earlier for those free school meal children. They could be transport, they could be uniform, they could be school equipment, they could be materials. So we've just had some recent mocks, and we bought 15 calculators for the year 11 pupils because they just didn't have them. And it's about us removing all of those barriers. I've actually put a little table in for you to look at where Chepstow was last year in 2018 and 19. And I've also asked the primary schools for the current data for the year 7 to have a little look at what their engagement was with the families in primary school. Did they attend parents' evening, or was the attendance like of the children, to compare it with this year? Currently year 7 are 93%. You'll see from all the other year groups, we've had an impact already. So 8, there's a 3% impact. In year 9, already there's 1%, 10, there's 4%, in year 11, there's 2%. And that's using our family liaison officer working with those families. Attendance, as I mentioned, was one of our big strategies to get the children into school so that they are learning. And it's been one of our a key focus really for the pastoral team, and we've linked it to our reward system. We've actually got a competition run at the moment, so we've taken 10 children from each year group, and we're going to be running a trip to a trampoline park, because we've developed core values in Chepstow, and one of those is about equity. And with those 10 children, we are, as already you can see, we're only 4 weeks in with this new project, and it's only going to be over a term, but already year 7 is 3% increase, and it is a cumulative figure. Year 8, 5%, year 9, 8%. So this having an impact. Once the children are in, we're providing a breakfast provision, which didn't have previously at Chepstow. And we've linked that with local business, such as the Rotary Club, and also to Careers Wales, who are supporting us with one of our big supermarkets, such as Chepstow. I have mentioned I'm working with the EAS and trying to develop this communication. We've had 3 parents' evenings at Chepstow, and we've looked at not only all of the children attending parents' evening, which is in the high from 78 to 84%, but specifically focusing on the FSM families. And we've had the parents' evening in year 11, year 10, and also year 7. And there was only 50% turnout in each of those year groups. So what we've actually done is we've invited the families in separately to discuss attainment and how we can support their children. And those families that didn't feel comfortable coming into school, we've actually undertaken home visits with the families as well to understand what support we can put in for their children. It is very much about raising attainment, but we're doing it as a whole school. And I've seen some of the data presented this morning, and we are looking at reducing that gap with the point score. So in Key Stage 3 at the moment, being a focus, there's an average of 45 points. But we are very much looking at our curriculum and the curriculum offer for Key Stage 3. We're moving back from a 3-year GCSE to a 2-year GCSE and trying to ensure by the time those children opt at the end of year 9, there is a curriculum which is focused to the needs of the child. And another project that I'm involved in, we're going to try and develop this to our cluster now, okay, is the RADI, Raising Achievement at Disadvantaged Young People. And again, this is through AES. And myself and another head teacher from one of our primaries, Thornwell, Tim Appleby, we attended this network meeting, and we're looking at this RADI approach through the cluster and bringing this into Chepstow. So in a nutshell, this is what we've been doing. And I know Tudor came to the school and yourself and had a little look around the school and had a discussion about this with myself and Matt.
May I add to that? King to all of this is high quality teaching and learning. King to all of this is a curriculum that suits the learners, care, support and guidance and well-being. And you touched upon earlier about the number of exclusions in secondary school, and interestingly, if you look at our data is high at this moment, and thank you for your point. As a new head, that is an unintended consequence, but interestingly, attendance is up to 95%, is the highest it's been, and the surveys and the well-being surveys that we do with the children, they feel safe at school. So that's a real positive behind it. When I started as head teacher, I challenged the governing body about what was the mission statement, what were the values of the school. And the governing body, and I'm saying this because I have our chair governors at the back of the room, but the governing body couldn't articulate that. So since the summer term, we've been doing a very, very important piece of work with the children, asking them what are the values to them. And one thing that they held really dearly to them was equity. Whether they come from an affluent background or not, they thought equity was really, really valuable to them. And that's going to be key to our school and key to moving our school forward. And interestingly, I will share with you that we had a list of around about 60, which we dropped down to 30, and after a lot of work, they came up with equity, perseverance, positivity, curiosity, and ambition. And that's going to be the cornerstone, if you like, of the school moving forward based on the mission statement of Inspiring Learning. But all of this and all those 5 values to the school relate directly to the pieces of work that Kelly's been doing with the individuals. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And both Councillor Laura Jones and I, thoroughly enjoyed the visit to Chepstow School and saw some of these things in action. We'll take questions now on the free school meals strategy. And I would make a plea now, that it is a question and not a long statement, really, so that we can get, through some of the questions. Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. And it's not a question, but I'd just like to say congratulations on what you're doing and actually acknowledging it's a very specific issue. But there is a question. I think that interchange between year 6 and year 7, the transition to secondary, for many youngsters, and especially the vulnerable youngsters, it's a very, very difficult thing. And there is evidence nationally that many youngsters actually fall back at the point of transition. Could you just tell us a little bit about what you're doing with your feeder primaries to address the difficulties there and to support these youngsters on free school meals and other wider vulnerabilities so that they can hit the ground running when they come to Chepstow?
You also, listening from the back, touched upon the new curriculum. Something we are going to do. We are building a brand new curriculum for year 7. To me, it's always been a little bit strange that a child in year 5 and 6 has a single teacher and then opens up to ultimately 15 teachers at the most vulnerable. And when we're trying to build relationships and support the well-being of the children, I don't think it's the correct model. So we are building a brand new curriculum starting next year. We've already consulted with people like James Kent from the AS and many colleagues from other schools, and looking to simplify that where children have a thematic approach that can be based on a big question. There's all sorts of things. We've been doing research. There's schools in America, one particular chain of schools called High Tech High that produces this thematic approach based on working with the community and using live experiences and using the strengths of the community working within the school. We're confident with it. We're running through a restructure at the moment, and we're looking for the right people to run that curriculum through. The person that we've, our assistant head actually has a child moving from the Dell primary year 6 into year 7, will take responsibility for that. So there's a vested interest. Yes. So we're quite excited actually about the new curriculum. Part of my presentation today was actually talking about the challenges that face Chepstow. And of our primary year 6 children, 49 children are not coming to Chepstow. They're going to Whiting. And interestingly, I see this as a fantastic opportunity to build a new curriculum, to present the new curriculum actually through the latter end of the spring term and certainly the summer term. Having the primaries on board, having the year 6s on teachers on board, and hopefully there is an intention that the 114 that have opted to come to Chepstow next year will grow to 120, 125, and we're confident of that. But also my colleague to my left, similarly, that was part of a role transition in a previous school, and some of the initiatives that we've mentioned, such as a family engagement officer, we believed in it so much that we appointed a second family engagement officer that worked with the primaries to carry on with that good work. So there was that transition. It was seamless. Thank you.
Councillor Louise Brown.
Yes, I'm very pleased with what you've been saying, and you know, congratulations as well. Well done for tackling this very difficult issue. And I'm very pleased to hear about the Breakfast Club, how you're liaising with the local community and businesses and so forth to help in that area. And one of the things you mentioned was sort of materials, and I've noticed with other looking at other schools on FSM, sometimes the provision of books to assist with GCSE, that you can buy from Smiths and so forth, are the things that those who can afford it, do actually pay for. And I just wondered whether or not this extra material support was that type of material as well. Clubs as well. Sorry, that was a question as well.
Absolutely. So we've actually used funding, from myself being the wellbeing lead and the vulnerable lead from EAS. We've passed that money directly onto the children. So we've equipped them, and we bought the calculators, we bought all the revision books. We're actually providing homework and revision sessions that previously weren't at Chepstow. So those children have that access. We're also providing transport as well for those children that can't get home, so that they can attend those sessions. Absolutely. So all of that's being passed directly back to the children.
I thought, it would have been, but I mean, it's good you're doing it anyway. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brown. Any other comments or questions on the free school meal? Right. Councillor Joe Watkins.
I was interested to hear you say that you're reduced the GCSE year from being the 3 years to do the GCSE back to the 2. I'm quite delighted to hear that. Could you give some explanation as to why you think that's the right move? Because I've been a little bit worried to see more and more schools moving to a 3-year.
I welcome Kirsty's views as well. We've seen lots and lots of schools. That's me passing the buck there. I actually went to all curriculum leads just before Christmas, and I thought I was going to have a challenge, and I asked them, well, you're running a 3-year course. I think 2 years is more appropriate, and every curriculum lead completely agreed with. There's no dissent in the room whatsoever. I'm blessed that I have 3 children. My daughter's in year 8, and to ask her to start opting for a range of different subjects is just beyond me. I don't think that's appropriate at all. What we're looking to do is to build the curriculum from year 5, year 6, year 7. We'll monitor, we'll evaluate it. We'll see the impact of that curriculum next January, February, and we'll make a decision either to continue into year 8, or we might refine and continue a year 6, year 7 curriculum. So we'll just continue to monitor and evaluate the impact of that. But certainly, we don't know what qualifications are going to look like in the future, and that's the difficulty for secondary ed teachers. So we are accountable to performance measures. So at this moment in time, I think the sensible thing for us is just look after bespoke to Chepstow. Our learners, we think, is the correct thing for them. We'll see where we're at next year, but certainly when we enter into year 9, there'll be a slightly different approach in terms of preparation for level 2 qualifications.
Thanks for that. Matt, do you want to say anything about being, as it were, a border school, or, briefly, or?
I got a list, Chair, so I'll be as brief as I possibly can. But yeah, starting at the school, there were falling numbers. There was lack of confidence, and the reputation of the school has been slightly tarnished. I think there's an opportunity with a new curriculum. Transport certainly is an issue for us. It's beyond me that Welsh transport systems are taking children out of Wales into England, which currently happens, and that's beyond me. There is an issue for certain schools with suffering from, I call it a rural issue, rural dimension. The Brynglas tunnels in terms of recruitment. Recruitment is hard for secondary schools. I know you've heard this before, but that's a very big difference. Admissions, certainly in Caerphilly, the admissions policy was a pre-populated form, and it was based on transport being under education. I know that's split here, but I think there's a trick that we're missing there with some of our parents by looking at admissions. The Welsh language. I think we need to celebrate the Welsh language. We're a Welsh school. We just need to get completely behind that. I would, as the head teacher, I ultimately I'm a servant, and I serve the governing body, a representation of the community. But that is a slight barrier which I'm mindful of. I'm also mindful of the Welsh Baccalaureate qualification, certainly at Key Stage 5. With this authority is linked to funding, so many of our parents do not want to their children doing the Welsh Baccalaureate, and some of them we think is appropriate that they don't. So there's quite a few things actually. So that's as brief as a list, but I think we could discuss every one of those in depth, perhaps at a later date, Chair. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that, and thank you both very much for coming. Thanks also to the Chair of Chepstow Comprehensive for coming. Important issues there that people have raised. Obviously, I agree with Councillor Martin Grogan to say thank you and celebrate the things that you've done, and issues that Councillor Brown and Joe Watkins raised. I do think, in terms of summing it up, that free school meal children, it's a blunt measure, but in reality, those children are coming from backgrounds that don't have a great deal of affluence and spare resources. And I was heartened when you said that you provided them with a calculator. Lots of children would take that as a must, and all the IT that goes with it. But if you're in a family with a very limited budget, then that is a major difficulty, and that is a barrier to learning, isn't it? And barrier to assessment, and all the other measures that you brought in. Plus the fact that you're prepared to actually go to the parents. Lots of parents are not confident in going to a school. They may have had very negative experiences themselves. For people who are professionals or people who are in education, it's like second nature, isn't it? It's going to a school, no concern. If you're a solicitor, a doctor, a professional. But if you're somebody who had a negative experience and you find it difficult then to express yourself, going to a school is quite a formal context. And I think that is much to be praised, really. So thank you very much today for coming in. As an action, I think this is a theme we need to continue, and we will invite King Henry VIII to come and give a presentation. And at the end of the day as well, it's about sharing good practice. And obviously there's so much good practice in here that as well could be shared elsewhere. And there might be things here that perhaps other comprehensive schools in the authority are not doing. I also laud the fact that you've gone right down to year 7 and below, because in reality, all these issues, if you don't address them, they boil up and only become apparent in year 10 or 11, and it's too late in terms of the child's learning to actually do something about it and to improve performance, and more importantly, improve their life chances, which is very, very important. The only way that they will move out of poverty is through education, and obviously gaining qualifications is so important. So thank you very much for coming in today. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you. We'll move now then in terms of final agenda items, and to confirm the minutes of the previous meeting. The first one is the Joint Adults and Children and Young People Select Committee on the 5th of September 2019. Yeah, by all means. Then secondly, the Children and Young People Select Committee, the forward plan then in terms of this committee, Children and Young People Select Committee forward plan. Are people happy with that? Yeah. And then the Council and Cabinet Work Plan, which is more for information. And then to note...
Sorry, Chair. On the forward plan, it mentions on the 17th March 2020, it says additional learning needs update. Could we actually include within that the promise that we got from the Chief Officer about saying the outcomes for the different pupils at Mountain House School? You know, pupil A is going to such and such a place, pupil B, because that's what was promised and reassured to the parents in March last year. Thank you.